Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War. That's right, it is the final season, Season 6, Flames of War of Eberron Oracle of War. Welcome, everyone, to Day 90 of D&D with Infinity Beyond Eberron Oracle of War. Welcome to Part 3 of Back to the Mud, and welcome to the penultimate episode. That's right, this is the final episode. Not the final episode, the second to final episode, the next to final episode of Eberron Oracle of War. We will wrap up Eberron in an epic Sunday marathon session in ArvCon in 2 weeks. But today is the next to last session, a session that we need to do because otherwise we wouldn't get to that final session during Sunday session coming up in a couple of weeks. And I'm very excited for tonight and for what is going to come in just a couple of weeks. But before I get there, just a couple of quick reminders. If you haven't done so already, please follow our channel. Please check out our YouTube with the !ArvTube and subscribe to us over there. It's free for you to do that. You get extra content. It really helps us out. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky, !ArvSky, my microblogging platform of choice at the moment. On the website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop. That is the merchandise area where you can get cool swag, including Infinity and Beyond shirts of various types and other materials. So you can get that, which supports the channel and also gets you cool swag as well. So please consider doing that. On the subscription front, you can also, first of all, the Patreon, !ArvTreon, to get a bunch of things there that you can't get anywhere else. We're going to be trying to redesign that Patreon coming up soon. But thank you, Tren. Tren with the 89 months of continued support. 83-month streak. My goodness. Thank you so much, Trent. I appreciate that. That is 7 years and 5 months, I believe. So thanks so much, Trent. I appreciate it. So anyway, you can get on the Patreon various cool things to support us and support the channel and get inspirations to help the players in the various tabletop campaigns, which they're going to need because it's going to be a freaking crazy mess over the next couple of weeks with various tabletop things. So please do that. And please consider subscribing, as Trent just did, which gives you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, plus those inspirations I previously mentioned. On the publishing front, !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library. That's my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and !Greyshade is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy available at that link. Critically acclaimed, award-winning from Athos Arts. You can also get the audiobooks of Greyshade Renegade and Heretic from our very own Trent Sparks at that link, and you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade from our very own Brandon O'Brien. You're going to hear more information about both of those soon. You can get that at that link, which will be pre-ordering from Alligator Alley Entertainment for Greyshade, the TTRPG, as I say, designed by Brandon O'Brien. Coming soon. Very excited about that as well. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And send the message. We'll do so for others in that situation in the future. We have got Eberron Oracle of War, the penultimate episode, coming up tonight. Excuse me. Then we will be off Sunday and Monday. On Tuesday, we've got a big day coming up. We will be having Dragonbane. First of all, Dragonbane's going to be coming at you. It's going to be the 4th week in a row that we've had Dragonbane, which is, I think, pretty amazing, actually. So we'll have that. Then we will, having finished Evoland, we will be moving over into Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Horn of the Abyss. That is going to be starting as well on Tuesday, so I'm very excited for that. And the next Thursday, don't forget, at 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the audiobook narration conversation happening with, again, our very own Trent Sparks, along with C.S.E. Cooney, Claire Cooney, and Andrew Hiller, who wrote the book Hornytown Chutzpah from Athos Arts, and then did his own audiobook along with his sister, who does audiobook stuff. So Andrew will be joining Claire and Tren and me to talk about that at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then at 9 p.m. Eastern, possibly 8 if I can get it started a little bit early. I've got to reach out to Zach. But then we've got Gloomhaven coming up with one Mr. Zach Clay. So I'm very excited for all that. And then Saturday the 16th is going to be what may be the second to last session, possibly, of Tactical Breach Wizards, although I am not 100% sure because I had so much fun with Magic the Gathering Forge, the adventure mode, that I may do more of that. We'll see how I feel. And then Sunday the 17th, Community D&D with Prince Justin, and that will lead us to the week of ArvCon, the pre-show beginning on Thursday the 21st, then Friday the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, and then Tuesday the 26th, not an ArvCon day, but still a, hey, wasn't that awesome day. Wednesday the 27th, Community D&D, Thursday the 28th, more Tactical Breach Wizards, Saturday the 30th, D&D with viewers. So we got a lot of good stuff coming up. It's going to be awesome. But right now, it is time to talk to all of our players. And so I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to anyone that I interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, come over to reveal to you the crew. They are back. It's been a while since we have played with this crew just because of the way things fell in the month. But they are here. They are ready to go. in this penultimate episode of Eberron Oracle of War. For those of you, by the way, who don't know this, when we wrap up, the next major campaign being undertaken by this group is going to be some Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen, for which I have begun doing a little bit of reading research, and we'll do a lot more as soon as I get all my grades in on Monday. But yeah, it's going to be amazing. I'm very excited for that too, and I'm excited to wrap up the Eberron campaign. If all goes well, they will complete the campaign having reached level 20. If all does not go well, then they will have failed to save Eberron in multiple timelines, and they will have only their regret to keep them. I'm just kidding. It'll be fine. I'm sure they'll come through.
Maybe a little regret.
Yeah, just a little minor regret, a soupçon of regret. Anyway, yes. It is good to see all these wonderful folks here, and I will start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the ziggurat. And that, of course, is one Mr. Tren Sparks, previously mentioned upcoming guest of voice book narration on Thursday, talking about audiobooks and all that good stuff. Tren, how are you? How's life in the universe in your neck of the woods, and who are you playing this evening?
One small correction. This is the penultimate.
Nice. That's nice. Yes. Yes, correct. The pen-ultimate Yoda style, as they say.
Yes, and that's right. that will be the pen that I will be using in lieu of a sword on this, my ballot.
Wow, is that like 3 pages long? Holy crap, there's a long list on there. Damn.
All these people.
Holy crap.
All of these people.
Oh, wow.
And
those are all the ones running for Democratic governor in California.
Probably, yeah. And then that page left blank, but then there's
I think you should with that many people, I think you should be able to form a super team. Like, I want these 5 together. That's,
we 5 combined are
that's right.
politician.
That's right.
And once I turn that in, I get to apply my badge.
Yeah.
Okay, yet another reason I'm glad I live in Wisconsin, where our ballots are normal looking.
Yeah.
My God.
But relative to this group and this stuff here, yes, I'm Tren Sparks. I'm a professional voice actor, narrator type person. I am playing. Why can I never remember the name of my own characters when it's time to do this?
I don't know, man.
I mean, good question.
They're so similar.
Yeah, actually. I mean, I don't usually wear as much leather as he does, but I don't fight as much as he does. Anyway, he's also much better shot with a crossbow than I am. But yes, me Tantan Takashot to Kenneth, the House of Kenneth, the House of Making, the House of Ill Repute. I guess I might
not
apply.
Wrong. Yeah,
pretty much.
Lesser repute at best. Let's be honest.
Right. Yeah, there's probably still a few good artificers in there, but the leaders. Anyway, so yeah, he is a battlesmith artificer, which is he's kind of like, or he wanted to be kind of like Santa Claus, where he just makes toys and things that make people happy. But he got kind of drafted into a war. And had to use his building abilities and repair abilities to keep these stupid machines alive, like that guy. No, sorry, that's a different person. Yeah, he had to keep building or repairing Warforged and other people like that. Yeah, but we're dying today, so everything's fine.
No,
Yeah,
we're not.
I mean, listen,
dying today.
Not this day.
Take it
Not
back.
There may be a day when the courage of artificers fails, but it is not. Okay.
Oh no, courage isn't going to fail. Just the pulse.
It's just the pulse.
That's all.
Always a pleasure to have Tren with us.
She's lost the will to live.
Always a pleasure to have Tren with us, and also a pleasure to have Marie with us. It's good to see you, Marie. Welcome. And how is everything in the Great White North these days? I assume that snow is finally gone. There's no other snowstorms, right, in May? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes, not only is the snow gone, but we are starting to have our tulips pop up. We have our
Nice.
daffodils, which are always like at the forefront of these things. And we went on yesterday evening. We went to see the magnolias at the
Oh,
Arboretum.
that's awesome.
So before they all vanish
Oh,
with a
I was gonna
breeze
say,
that is too
I
brusque.
feel like all these plants in Canada have to have their heads on a swivel, right? They're just like, is it safe? Is it safe? Are we okay? You know, like,
They don't allow the blossoms on our cherry tree are about to like open as well.
nice.
But we also went down to 0 just a couple of nights ago. So it's like just
Such a
everybody
cold
chill.
spring. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see the green again. Very reinvigorating.
that is good. And
Yeah.
how have you been, and who are you playing tonight?
So I've been good. I have a new book coming out. It's
Tell us
come
more.
Yay! It's coming out on June 1st. It is in the Dark Reflections universe, so it's like topsy-turvy universe based on the art of Jeff Lee Johnson, who created this like multiple time viral set of art pieces that the more you look at it, the weirder it is. So this follows the character I write, which is the main point of view character, Jeanette, who is heading on the train to save her best feline friend. But the train is haunted, people start to vanish, and it just goes a little bit wrong. So it's a train rag from uh, Wisconsin to Prague, which you think I can't take a
Like you
train
do.
there.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but you can, and it's just a little bit weird. But it's I'm very proud of this book. We just finished the edits. It's all beautifully done and all that. So please check it out. I will put the link in. It's a lot of fun. If you want something different, a little bit creepy, a little bit of love, and if you love kitties,
Oh
and I know
well.
you love
Mm.
kitties,
Then
then you
definitely
should
pick it
check
up.
it
Yeah,
out.
put
Check
this in
it out.
chat. Let us check this out.
I will. I shall. I cannot multitask this, so I'll do it after I'm done talking. I
Okay,
am
hijackers.
playing. I'm playing Mary May Hawksmoor. I am a College of Swords bar, Kalishtar. I am very excited to be here tonight and to stab some things. That is my main goal of the soiree. So I am excited to be here and stab bad things.
I look
So
forward to
thank you
seeing the
all for
bad
being
things for
here.
you to stab. I'm excited to see it. Thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us.
Thank you.
Also a pleasure to have one Mr. Brandon O'Brien with us. Brandon is back with a little less hair at the moment, but you know, still is just the same, you know, person. And since we last spoke, by the way, it is a great pleasure to mention multiple because I don't think we had gotten this information since the last time. Multiple Hugo nominees now, both Jen and Brandon, Hugo nominees. Thank you very much. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for both of them. Congratulations to you both. But Brandon, congratulations, well deserved. And I love the fact too that the Hugo nominated poem is literally the poem for Seattle Worldcon. Which I think is I love it not just because it's meta. I love it because it was such an appropriate poem and it had such an impact for people at the time. So I think it's great. Super excited for you. So congratulations. How are you? How's everything on in your neck of the woods? And who are you playing tonight?
Yes, I am very excited. Multiple Hugo nominees are in the room. I must open by saying I am very excited for and happy for Jennifer Brozek to be nominated yet again for best short form editor. I very much look forward to this being the year where apparently Sean Maguire puts insects on your head. So that will be fun. I think that would be really cool. I think that you absolutely definitely deserve it. But also, yeah, I've been nominated for best poem. I am very hyped for the thing, not only because the best poem category is still temporary, but this year is the year where we hopefully get to make it permanent.
Lock it in. Yep.
So this is me letting you all know that if you do have your membership and you are planning to vote for the Hugos, that means that you can also join the business meeting. We're having virtual business meetings this year as well, and you can join us as we make sure to ratify best poem as a permanent category. And if you don't have your membership, then you should get your membership so you can do those things. The way that I mentioned in my newsletter, the incentive that you should get your membership, you should at least get your WISPAS membership for Worldcon is, it is 6 novels, 6 novelettes, 6 novellas, and a bunch of other stuff for the price of 5 paperback novels.
Yeah, it's actually it is a good point. You do get a lot of stuff. Yeah.
So definitely do the thing if you can. My encouragement is it would obviously be very cool to win a Hugo, but I just want to make sure that people are voting in the best poem category at all. And I am encouraging people to do so because I want people to see that the category is indeed valuable. So if you can, please do. I would like that very, very much. Please continue to let the Hugo Awards know that poetry is indeed a valuable part of our genre. But yes, I am playing Brandon. I am Brandon O'Brien. I'll be playing
Brandon
Rowan
O'Brien.
Shallow.
Wait a minute.
Oh my god. Rowan
What
broke
is
into
happening?
the
Oh,
room, man.
that
There's a
explains
lot
I
of
would have got
so
away for it. It was about you
much.
damn kids.
Oh my god. But yes, I am Brandon O'Brien, and I will be playing Rowan Shallow, a wild magic sorcerer whose wild magic is gun, and is getting the hang of the time travel thing, but would very much like to no longer be in danger all the time.
Yes, that's true. Time stream consequences. These are things we're talking about. We'll talk about that in the recap in just a moment. Thank you, Brandon. Always a pleasure. Very excited for more from Rowan today. Also very excited to hear more from another Hugo nominee, as previously mentioned, Jennifer Brozek. Again, Jen, congratulations on the Hugo nomination. Well deserved, as I mentioned. How's everything with you otherwise, besides being Hugo nominated and stuff? And who are you playing tonight?
Okay, hopefully third time's the charm. And to explain Brandon's thing about the bugs on my head, it's mantises very specifically. And it was one of those conversations long before I got nominated last year, where I was despairing on ever getting another nom. And Shannon was encouraging me. And I said, well, if I ever win one, you get to put mantises on my head. Because she wants me to wear them like a fascinator. And I said,
living
That's
mantises?
very
Oh, yeah.
Shannon. That's very on brand for
Yeah,
her.
she's got some really beautiful spiny violet mantises. She's got some rather large white mantises, and she has some rather large African. I don't know, she's got a lot of them. But I'm glad that I specified mantises because now she has beetles, and I don't actually want beetles on my head. But the mantises are pretty cool. And I've got from a long time ago, I have one of her stick bugs walking on my hand. But let's see, what else? I turned in all my revisions for my novel. I have a novel coming out in June as well at some point. It's called Shadowrun Emery Gray. And it is the third in my colors quartet. And Emery has to fight small town politicians and racists.
Which in Shadowrun is more dangerous than you might think.
Yeah, well, listen.
And depression and a long distance relationship. No, he's having a day, or a week. Actually, he's having a month. Speaking of months, there is movement on my kitchen.
Oh,
maybe in 2 weeks, I will have tile floor. No kitchen for a week, but I will have tile floor, and they'll rebuild the kitchen and stuff because I have to wait until 4 to 6 weeks for the cabinets to arrive. So there will be construction going on while I'm at Origins in June. But my husband's staying home. He will deal with everything with the cats and all that. What else is going on? I'm doing a lot of editing, a whole lot of editing, and some writing. And I'm enjoying that. So yeah, that's all that's going on my life. That's enough. I'm playing Nisiana Di Jarosco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing. I don't think I've spent any spells yet because I'm aware that, well, one, if I do a big spell that's not a ritual, I lose the spell slot, and two, I get, hey, everybody shoot this person. Also, we're back in time, and I don't like this. Like she really doesn't like this. And there's so little that I can remember about the fight. Like, did we actually see the Argonth, or are we supposed to sabotage the Argonth? Is that a thing that we're supposed to do? So timey-wimey stuff bothers Nisiana way more than I thought it would. But she's charmed by the mechanical, the forged creatures, as long as they're not trying to eat her. And yeah, I'm not quite sure how we're going to get out of this, but she's determined that we're gonna get out of it alive.
I am excited to see it happen. As I always say, I encourage aspirational role play. But always a pleasure, Jen. Looking forward to what Nisiana gets up to tonight. Also looking forward to seeing what John's character gets up tonight. By John, I mean John Helfers. Hello, John. It's good to see you. I hope all is well. How is everything in your neck of the woods? I note that Pinky, the brain, is staring at you in the background, if I've got that right.
He's
So,
actually looking at the D&D books I've acquired over the past several years.
I see.
And pondering what their purpose could possibly be, taking over the world.
Take over the world, like always, yeah. But
literally.
Why would they do that? But how are you doing, John, and who are you playing tonight?
I am good. I have to point out, and Jen, I just put your cover into the thread that you can post on here, that Jen
am I allowed to post that one? Oh, yes. Yeah, that's not this one?
Yes, the one I just gave you. Back in the wilds of 2013, 14, when you first did the serial? Because that was a serial first.
Yes.
Before it was a novel. I was not even a part of Catalyst at this time. A very excellent person named Jason Schmetzer was, and the fiction line that Battletech is now was just a online website, a subscription website called Battlecore. And somewhere, I don't know if it was Origins or Gen Con, Jennifer and Jason's paths crossed, and Jason said, "Hey, write me a story," and she did. Was minimal grumbling.
I met him at your table with Carrie after I won the Silver Ennie Award.
That was it. Yes.
And he was like, "Will you write mechs?" And I'm like, "Hell no." He's like, "Can you crash a mech and then write me a story?" And I'm like, "Maybe."
And out of that came the Nellis Academy, the award-winning Nellis Academy Incident, which for some reason we put in a weird format, like a digest-sized book for many years. And I finally got it to be redone in the proper format with one fantastic cover art by Marco Pagnacetti. And Jen was kind of to write a brand new story for this as well in the aftermath of it. And it also contains to honor the beloved dead. Is that the one we did in Free Fiction?
It is. The first one was Praise of the Honored Dead and Grief for the Beloved Lost.
Yes. Grief is the new story. So this is now out and it's in regular format, so it'll look good on everyone else's, next to everyone, all the rest of the books. On your bookshelf, if you collect Battletech, or if you don't, it'll still look good on your bookshelf. So I'm very excited to have this in a normal size that I can actually put on, because it also wouldn't fit on my bookshelves when I tried to sell it at conventions. It was a big pain in the butt. But I'm very excited to have this come out, and it's been reformatted, reproofed one more time, just because. Also to say about the Hugo nom, I am sure the other two were perfectly deserved, but because primarily she was nominated for what she did on Augment, the Shadowrun magazine, this is the one that you clearly deserve to win for, because holy crap, was that a lot of work. A lot. Because I was kind of watching from on high and ducking in when I had to say something, which was rare, because she handled it brilliantly. But, the cats that had to be herded and things that had to be done and all that stuff. And it was just, yeah. So we're definitely rooting for you here at Catalyst. Really hope that this is the time you bring it home. That would be awesome. So I'm playing Ilarion. Ilarion is a Starforged Aegis, and also not really thrilled with the whole wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey thing, but they're soldiering through as best they can, because also they got that information a couple of sessions ago about, hey, you might have been brought here, not just casually, randomly summoned. You might play a larger part in this whole endgame thing, and that's throwing them for a loop. So, yeah.
A good setup and segue into our recap about what happened last time. Make sure that I got my music playing. I do. In our last session, as we head over to the map, the members of the King's Citadel have gone into the past, and the wilds of time. Why have they done this, you say? Well, because it appears that the Lord of Blades, the Warforged big bad guy, to oversimplify, has gotten to using the Forge of Bones, using the Forge of Bones, not the Forge of Bones, using the Forge of Making, which he got to by using the Oracle of Bones, there we go, has begun to put together an army, an enormous army of Warforged that is essentially unlimited. And with the power of those Warforged, there is no way that the five nations will be able to stand against them, even if all of the powers of all the nations could be brought back somehow at once. It would not be enough for them to be able to defeat an army, which, as I say, is essentially never stops coming. So the King's Citadel, having saved Eberron from everything else, now has to save it from time. So it has gone into the past with several essentially objectives. They must, on the first part, convince Garvin, who is the apprentice, if you will, of Aaron de Kenneth, to be able to... Sorry, John. Was it? Is there a...
No, that's one.
Oh, right. First objective. Sorry, I thought you were being like... Actually,
that would be like this.
Okay, got you.
So,
they are their first objective is to get Garvin to basically go forward in time on his mechanical dragon and deliver an item, a metal rose specifically from Tantin to Tantin, so that Tantin and the party can be aware that they need to come back in the past and do this in the first place, if you follow what I'm getting at. So that's one objective. They have managed to convince him to do it, convince them to do it, but they actually have to still do it. So when they do, that objective will be fulfilled. The second thing is they need to both counteract the worst excesses of the Colossus that the Lord of Blades is planning to restructure, but not all of it, because they did actually battle this Colossus in the future and defeated it, but in its somewhat weakened form. So they need to weaken it, but not destroy it completely, or they will suffer a time stream consequence, about which more in a moment. Third, they need to decide, and they made this decision in our last session, about whether to rescue Aaron de Kenneth or not. They did, and suffered a time stream consequence as a time stream result as a consequence. The impact of that was a 27-point psychic damage hit to Tantin, but as I made clear to everybody, that is the lowest level, and it's just going to get worse with every new calculation and new consequence they incur. But there may be some consequences that they want to incur, and so that's things they'll have to consider. So they have to decide what to do with Aaron, and they did manage to do that. And finally, they need to make sure that they do not get revealed too early, or that they disrupt too many things before the time stream syncs up somewhat in the future, a few days in the future, so that they can have the battle, except this time a battle where the Lord of Blades will not have the benefit of an unlimited Forge of Making, where they will have been able to disable or destroy or in some way undercut the power of the Forge of Making, having set it up in the past. So they have a lot of these objectives that they have to do. And in the last session, they were able to bring some of those together. They convinced Aaron that he could not stay around in the Forge of Making, because presumably the Lord of Blades would try to use him to positive effect to get his positive effect to actually get the Warforged going. They managed to they had already managed to convince Garvin that they might have to go into the future, which will mean sacrificing this version of themselves, to warn the party and let them know about this. So there's that. And they have also discovered that the Argonth itself, the floating fortress, which was essentially they were betrayed and had stolen from them at one of the particularly low points of the campaign. I mean, it was awesome story-wise, but low point for them individually as characters. So that is still an issue. Hi, JLC. Good to see you. That is still an issue that they had to deal with, and they see the floating fortress of the Argonth there as well. And at the very end of our last session, they had made the decision to save Aaron, as I said, and then had experienced this time stream consequence, which wasn't just psychic damage. It also presented what could best be described to Tantin as an alternate or sort of a terrifying future. The possibility of Lord of Blades ascendant overall, with a bunch of creatures destroyed and lying around them on the battlefield. As it turns out, that is not the reality yet, but it is one of the alternate timelines that apparently awaits the party if they do not operate carefully. I'm sure they'll be fine. So, with that said, I want to hand things back over to the party.
There was one other thing.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
That we were watching, and the Lord of Blades was bringing another artificer.
Yes. Thank you. That is right. Another artificer. And this is helpful because I want to slightly fast forward us only by about a few hours to make all of that make sense, because they saw this other person being brought, another artificer, which I believe we said that you had heard of, Tantin.
Yeah.
This guy Demery DeCanneth, who was brought, and basically that explains why the Lord of Blades thought he'd be able to do this with or without Aaron, because the only way you can use the Forge of Making is if you are from the House of Kenneth. The House Kenneth. And so they have obviously, from everything you can tell, kidnapped, press ganged, pushed this person into service, and brought him along, presumably so that he can actually work the forge. Now that leads me to my slight movement forward of a few hours, because what you discover upon watching some of these things the next day is in a secluded location fairly nearby, I would say probably about here-ish, in a secluded location, you have seen, and I would say it depends, I should ask the party first, which one of you would have specifically been on watch? Like, which one of you would have been, checking to observe the Lord of Blades and also, like, the surrounding territories?
I
and so
don't
forth?
really have to rest. I'm kind of always on watch.
Okay. So let's have it be Alarian then, because Alarian, what you saw is a group of Warforged, a number of them actually, heading into that area. Now, there's a lot of Warforged all over the place now because the Lord of Blades has arrived with his army. However, this is a little bit different though, because all of these Warforged, you've noticed this over a good hour and a half, are going one by one into this area. So they're not marching in a patrol. You can see a few of them sort of like, looking around them like this, and then going into the area that I've just highlighted on the map, basically hidden under, bushes and trees and so forth, in some jungle cover, essentially, or right nearby it. But not in the main area where the Lord of Blades and his army is continuing to work. I should mention that the Argonth has now, you can hear hammering, which suggests that the Argonth is working on something, possibly the Colossus, the damaged Colossus, which you all thought was a possibility. But there's definitely hammering coming from elsewhere in this great indoor cavern. But there are these Warforged going one at a time, and there are a lot of them that you've seen. Almost every few minutes, another one separately walks into this area, clearly intending not to. They're not marching. They're as stealthily maybe as a Warforged could theoretically go. So now I want to hand this
And they
back
go
over.
in and none of them comes out?
Correct.
After... Okay.
And you
how
also
far
see
out-
patrols
yeah.
walking around, I should say, but those are happening as well. But they're not. The patrols are not going in the same area that these individual Warforged are.
And how far away are we from that area again?
You would guess, because you got a little bit of you're sort of, peering out from the jungle edge or whatever. This is probably about 15 to 20 minutes if you had to estimate, because it's pretty close to the edge of where you are. Not right next to it, but close.
Okay. Well, going to investigate is silly. I will just keep watching and waiting to see. When I first notice this, I'm going to make a count of how many go in, and then the idea that the other column there are none coming out, which is interesting.
50
Okay, so far.
so far.
You're right. Okay. And you said there's banging and clanging from elsewhere,
From
but
farther,
not
much farther to the west, but not
Okay.
from there. Yeah,
here. I can't hear really much of anything. Correct?
that is right. You'd need to move closer.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. I mean, tempting because I could be invisible, but that's not happening. Trend, what watch did Tanton take this previous evening, if any?
Probably before you.
Okay, so he needs his rest because he just gets really grumpy. He doesn't have
Well, we don't need rest, right?
his hours. Well, no, you can't rejuvenate spells. You can still sleep. And you guys probably all need some rest regardless. Well, How did you? I know we can't like replenish things, but like physical rest would still be better than nothing.
Let me
assuming.
confirm that though.
Yeah.
Because I could have sworn you said that we would be here for 5 days, but we wouldn't need rest.
That is correct. Because you can because you're not able to actually get short and long rests here. You are not dealing with exhaustion, but you don't get short and long rests in this timeline until the time streams sync up.
Oh, well, in that case, when I started noticing this happening after like 15 of them went in, I'd go get Tanton and bring him over here.
Okay.
That's what kind of what I was waiting for. I was like, why isn't he getting me?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And then I'll fill you in on this is what I'm seeing, and you have a hypothesis about why. And then we just kind of sit there, like lying down or whatever on our little rise or whatever, watching.
Yep.
Just check off another one.
My first thought would be that they were sacrificing themselves to repair the Colossus, but if that's over there, why are they going there?
Exactly. Disassembly, but that doesn't make any sense. They would just do it right on the site.
You see another one emerge from behind or to the left of you, to the west, and like head down into the same area. Again, looking around just behind them.
They don't look. I mean, okay. I guess I am like one of the people who would be able to do this. Their general demeanor seems. I mean, they're Warforged, first of all, so let's take that with a grain of salt. But even Warforged can look fearful or apprehensive or hesitant. These do not look like that. Like they're going to something they don't want to do.
I would say, go ahead and make an insight check for me. This is a little bit of an odd one, but you'll see. Hey, JD Matters. Random prints for your return to schoolwork. I hope schoolwork is going well.
Insight, you said. Here
Yes.
we go. I mean,
Just
keen insight into Warforged emotions and
yeah. See, my curiosity is when we were at the not the Argont, but the little thing that flew around and had the fence that expanded around it.
Yes.
We
the
saw a
junkyard.
lot of thank you. No.
Right? Wasn't it the junkyard where Garvin is? And you were talking that it had the fence. Oh, are you talking about
the bird thing?
Yeah,
No, the little ship thing that had the expanding fence that was electrified. That
oh, way back. Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
The cigarette.
Right. Yep.
The cigarette. Yes.
was it a cigarette? Whatever.
I believe it
that
was.
thing.
Yep.
That thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It did have multiple levels. Anyway, so we saw a lot of Warforged with restraining bolts
Right.
on them. Have we ever seen anything like that since then? And are we seeing that here?
I would say you how am I gonna
It's Captain Reeve. That was the name
Yep,
of the
that's
Warforged
right.
that was running that place.
I'm trying to think of how to, because it's an excellent question. I'm trying to think of what check to have you do to confirm it.
And since I know what I'm looking for, it would be
No, of course.
perception.
Let me have you make a perception check for me, and I'll give that to you at advantage because you do. know
Or
what
would
you're
it be
looking for.
investigation?
No.
Well, he does that, or my insight was 21.
Yes, and I'm going to tie those together
Oh,
in a minute,
okay.
depending on how Tanton.
In a nice, neat little bow.
Tanton
Yes.
gets a 1. Tanton knows nothing but hilarious.
Maybe. You said investigation, right?
No, I said perception. You said
God damn it. That's what, right.
You really wanted
I knew,
investigation.
I knew one of us said something. I just couldn't remember what it was. Perception. It's perception. Avantage, which is French for something.
Roll another die.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, whoa.
Natural 20 for
Oh.
21.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay, this works very well. So and I'm going to do them slightly in reverse order because Tanton, you note that there are not restraining bolts. Or, well, let me put it a different way. You see what look initially like, oh yeah, those are the restraining bolts that I saw. Except that as you look closely, and you can tell this having gotten a critical success. Yeah, exactly. They are not in the same place that they were on when you when you were a part of this other repurposed ship that you had been on, basically with the fence and the whole bit. They are not in the same place. And as one of them gets to the bushes, and here's where Alarian's insight comes in. Alarian, you asked if they were hesitant. No, but they're clearly not trying to be seen, because as they get to the bush, one of them that you watch pops off the bolt and then disappears into the bushes.
What? Huh. I relay this information to Tanton.
Tanton relays the information.
Right.
Yeah. Huh. So the bolts are either false or inactive. What the hell? I mean, I don't say what the hell is going on, but what is going on down there?
What the Kyber is going on down there?
Well, I
What in the
think
sand
I
grove there?
think we need to figure out what's going on down there.
Does he just drop the bolt, or does he carry it with him?
He took it
No,
with
he
him.
does not drop it, and he keeps
Kept
it
it.
with him.
And now, Illyrian's playing with the ring of invisibility you so kindly gave him. Them. I think we need to bring the rest of the party in on this and decide what we want to do. This, to me, this certainly bears investigation. Because the bolts were done from the Lord of Blades. That was his way of maintaining control. Correct, Arv? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
That was the understanding you had, not just from
Right.
Tanton as a guess, but from Clock as an absolute.
Exactly.
Who told you that?
But now, is there some sort of rebel faction here? I think we have to figure out what's going on there.
Do we really have to bring in the others? I mean, they're like 10 feet behind us. That's a long way to go.
Pick him up and throw him over there.
Makes an enormous noise. The entire
I cast shatter as I fly towards them.
time stream be damned.
Crashed in a metal tree. Ow! Bonk, bong, and the whole thing vibrates. Anyways, yes. So, Illyrian will go to the rest of the group, who is not asleep anyway, so that's certainly you don't have to wake him up, and say, Tanton and I have discovered something, and then proceed to fill them in on the details of what we've seen.
Didn't we leave behind some of the rebels that Clock was working with?
Clock.
And Clock was very smart. And how many? You said 50?
To the point that you made the decision.
Hold on. It's probably about 25 then. I would have got him much earlier.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we could maybe it's. Hang on a second. I mean, first of all, that was like what, months ago, and who knows if the inactive bolts are still in circulation. They haven't been found yet. Maybe but it's very speculative.
Okay, so if the bolts are part of their uniform and somebody specifically pulled it off and walk towards these other ones who are trying not to be seen, it is a clear indicator that they are in that correct uniform. We should go find them and talk to them.
Because if those bolts are active, they wouldn't be able to remove them on their own unless they were instructed to do so.
Based on what you told us about it.
And Clock confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the whole point of a restraint bolt is to restrain. Removing it, of course, defeats the purpose.
Well, removing it could be a clear sign to say, "Hey, I'm not under his control," and they're working at counter
cross purposes.
Something. I mean, to have a group hidden within to sabotage the Argonth or something while they're going, while there's fighting.
Or to sabotage the Colossus now, under the guise of repairing it, making sure it's ready for battle. Yes.
In a lot of ways, this is exactly what we need. If we can trust
hopefully
someone on the inside,
yes,
hopefully more than one someone, to do
So-
some of the breaking that we need to do for us, then all we need to do is not be seen for the next. How many hours do we still need to be here?
Days.
2 days, 3.
Yeah, I think we're on starting day 3. End of day 2,
Not
beginning of day
being
3.
able to sleep is doing something to my ability to count time.
How do we wish to go about it? I suppose, and not something I'm really looking forward to, but I should probably go to try to help establish contact, since
Actually,
I'm me.
don't think you should.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
would be a terrible
You
idea.
are
If they
a
catch you
bolt-
without a bolt, they will see you as an enemy. And if
No,
you
no, no, no,
and
no,
someone else,
no. The people who have pulled the bolt off will think other warforges are enemies. It should be somebody like Mia Tanton or
also my
myself.
thought.
Okay.
What?
Well, the fact that I don't have a bolt should mean we're on the same side, but I see your point.
Yes, I
The
mean,
only, the only negative of Mia Tanton doing this alone is we also need to account for the fact that any one of these rogue warforged may be surrounded by people who are not of their kind. And if Mia Tanton is caught, that means the Lord of Blades has
well,
two
then maybe
members
it
of
shouldn't be
Canet to
Mia
just.
Tanton. Maybe it should be you and me or you and my sister.
Mia Tanton should be present. I should also actually do some talking, which is a
And
thing
we are-
that, of no insult to Mia Tanton, but Mia Tanton is not the one gifted with fast talk.
But if I go and you go and Nisiana goes and Merime goes, then it's all of us except for
I was saying, or we all five of us can go. It's not like our faces aren't known because we're oh so subtle.
True. But if we're
Using
gonna
pro-
be here trying to accomplish a task, at least one of us should be present somewhere to ensure that things can still blow up if the rest of us die. And that best person is still Ilarian.
He can turn himself invisible and go.
He can also turn himself very big and just step on things when the rest of us die.
We're not going to die. But what we should do
I
is
mean,
go make
speaking as
contact.
someone who has died several times before, it's not that bad. We just
Okay,
don't have
we're
any
not going to
options
die
right now.
permanently.
I can go. I mean, I can take more hits and you can get me out if anything goes weird.
And memory is actually more charming than I am.
Nisiana, what is the current range of your mental telepathy? Your thought mind
That would
mind
be-
link?
You mean me?
Merime, sorry.
190 feet.
Oh well, that's
How
I
big is
can
one of these
easily
hexes?
I can easily be within that range and just outside to
I believe we said
If it
500
becomes-
feet a
Yeah.
hex. I'll check it.
necessary to swoop in. It's not a problem.
Also, have you noticed that it's just a vague feeling I have, and again, everything feels weird, like Rowan said, not sleeping, and I'm not connecting with the Corey at all. But since we did the whole Aaron thing and to save him, I have the feeling that time is moving differently, like we're further ahead than we should be. I think I'm fairly certain that we can't count on time going at the rate we expected it to be. Something about it feels different.
You're getting a lot done. And if we're still going to be here for 2 more days, we do need to ration some of those accomplishments out.
Yeah, and I don't know that we will be here for another 2 days. I feel like maybe when we saved Aaron, that maybe I don't know. It's a vague insight that I have that time seems to be moving faster. Like we're further ahead than what I'd expect.
If only we had someone, a member of our team, who was particularly adept at making machines that make count time on our behalf. It would be really good if we had someone who could do that.
Yeah. Whiz. Oh,
Or indeed, maybe he already has something that can do that he just needs to pull out of his bag.
well, I mean, I have. We have to make a few power sources for it, which I don't have right now, but I could probably make some batteries out of a couple of coconuts. Hmm.
Got a lovely bunch of
Coconut
coconuts.
trees
Yes,
here.
I've heard that. Well, they are metal coconuts.
Mhm.
So
True.
what do they have in them? You could break them open. Is it water? Is it oil? Is it
It's metal milk.
Water.
It
Oh,
is
milk.
metal milk?
Metallic tasting milk. No.
So are we gonna go talk with these guys or what?
I think so. Oh, it
I
looks
mean,
like
we
it's
all
gonna
have to
be.
move. We all have to move anyway, but we don't need to move very far. We just need someone, I guess, to be an antenna for Meremy to feed back some of that mind weirdness back to us, so we don't need to be as close to all of the Warforged as possible.
Wait, you want to send Meremy in by yourself?
Meremy and Tantin should do the talking, but nobody needs to see the rest of us.
It might not be a bad idea so they don't feel too threatened, but as long as they don't detect everyone else, because then they might think we're swarming them or laying
We
a
don't
trap.
want to convince a room full of people, all who are tense that war is about to begin, that they may be being ambushed. We have to be moving with a little bit more tact than that. Because even if they're our allies, they don't know that yet.
Right. My only question, I feel it should be Merime, Mia Tanton, and Rowan. And Nisiana, you and I stay behind as the potential reinforcements. Because Rowan, you said you should be there to speak on our behalf. And 3 and 2 is not terrible.
I'm fine with this.
Very well. Unless there's any other objections, I think we should do this sooner rather than later.
Works for me. I just suggested myself because I like talking, as you all know. So I'm fine with this arrangement regardless.
Also happen to be fairly good at it too. So
this is true.
and then Merime will keep the link open so we are able to listen as to what's going on. If you summon us, then that will be done quickly.
Grant.
Okay. We have a plan. Let us put it into motion.
Okay, so who is setting off as the sort of the scouting group here? So Rowan, Tanton, and someone, is that it?
And
Just the two?
Merime. And Merime.
Merime.
Those three.
And those three, and then Alarian and Nisiana. Now, are you almost like linking Alarian and Nisiana at like some distance from each other, so it's almost like a elaborate game of telephone with the string?
No, Nisiana and I are going to stay together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if we have to move, I'm going to carry her and fly over to where they are. We're not going to run through the jungle.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have him pick me up, and it's gonna be easier that way.
Okay. Then I would like some stealth checks from Merime, Tanton, and well, I guess I should ask, unless you're like, right forward, fellows, like if you're going to do that, then that's. But assuming you're actually
like the
stealthy,
British Army.
that's what I mean. But I assume you're trying to stealth your way through, which means I would appreciate stealth checks from Tanton, Merime, and Rowan. That classic group stealth check that we all
Stealth?
love.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Should be fun.
No way this goes poorly. Oh my god.
27 for Merime. Okay.
He is the wind.
9 for Tanton.
Okay, he is not the wind.
No, go
He's
first.
the wind.
He's not the wind.
I should not make this straight. I should absolutely do the thing, shouldn't I?
You do whatever makes you happy.
Do I hear a Tides of Chaos in the offing? Is that what I'm hearing, Ron?
Bend that
Oh
luck.
my
Bend that luck,
God.
baby.
Bending that luck?
Jesus,
I mean,
I am.
we've already
I am
got
going
a
to Tides
9.
of Chaos.
We already
I'm
have a
gonna Tides
9
of Chaos
from me
because
at
that 9 is
10.
bad.
But...
Well, but if it's a group, you have that 27. Maybe that counteracts it. We'll see.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
So-
22.
Wow.
So I have this image as you're sort of walking up that at one point Tanton's like, I'm trying to be as quiet, and like hits something, and then somehow, and it somehow becomes the,
No,
like somehow it fits that.
Roland pushed a metal branch back right in the face.
Yeah, exactly. But you make your way, despite the slight disruption from Tantan, you make your way to the edge, sort of like going alongside where the jungle area is, and then, carefully sort of creeping forward through the mist. It probably takes you about 20, 25 minutes because you're going slower, obviously, because you don't want to be sort of noticed. And you hear, as you get close, a murmuring as of many voices coming from in front of you. And I would assume then that, I guess, which one of you, you're all sort of going roughly equidistant, I suppose. I guess so I'll just say it to all three. I was wondering if one of you in particular is going to be slightly in front, but I don't think that matters because you're all going to come to what is eventually a clearing. And from the inside, before you see anything, you actually hear a kind of a murmur. And then the truth is, we don't have much choice. You all know we don't have much of a choice. It's a risk, though. Anything we do could be seen as insufficient. I understand that. But we have no option. We're running out of time. And then you hear this. It's definitely a mechanical voice, and there are a number of them that are murmuring. And as you creep forward, you were able to see a group of Warforged standing more or less in a large circle. And at the moment, they are looking at a impressive-looking Warforged in the middle of them. This Warforged carries... Let me see, actually, I'm pull out a token. I believe I have a token for this one. 1 second.
This is the Duke of Blades.
Welcome to the Baron of Blades. The whole thing is... Okay.
The Baron of Butter Knives.
Unlike my cousin, I believe in just slightly serrating someone's wrist. Not actually. Okay. Okay, yes. But can I get a token? Okay, good.
I don't know, Arf, can you?
Can you? Okay. Yeah.
One of the many times when Arv is like, I know I have a token for this, I just can't find it.
I found it. So, standing in the middle is this probably 6'8" at least Warforged.
Is that 6 feet?
Say again?
Is that 6 feet? That doesn't look like 6 feet. That looks
Six
like
feet
12.
8. Just they got that extra 8 makes the difference. I'm just doing it so people can see it on stream. But no, it is actually not absurdly large. It's in this. It's probably not quite as tall as Alarian is. However, you can see that they're standing there with sort of brownish, almost the metal looks almost slightly rusted. If you had to guess, not that the creature is old, but it's obviously seen a lot of outside battles, and it may have been through the gray. Warforged don't rust per se, but it seems like there might even have been a little bit of acidic damage of some kind to the outside of this thing. And it is holding in its hand, like resting it on the ground, what looks like a for want of a better term, a broken spear. Part of the shaft of the spear is down in the ground, and then it's almost, the top of it's almost bent, and you can see that it's sort of like a metal spear. And it is holding this spear in the ground as it talks. And as you climb, get to the section where you can see all of them, you can see there are a number of them around them, and they're all sort of, and you don't need an insight check to tell that they're all sort of grumbling about this, whatever it is that they've just said. And one of them says, as it is, Half-Spear, your bringing us out here has meant that we are putting ourselves at risk. If they discover that we've gone, you know what that means, and what they'll do to us. I do, the one who apparently is called Half-Spear says. I understand it perfectly. And I'm telling you that there's no way we're going to be able to maintain this for much longer. There's too much going on. There's already suspicion. After the incident from a couple of months ago, you know how suspicious the Lord has gotten. At this point, Either we make our move, or we give up the whole business. And you hear a like murmuring around the circle.
Rutabaga.
And Half Spear says, if it's going to be done, it's got to be done tonight. And there's sort of then a silence falls over the surrounding group. And one of them says, are you sure it's going to work? And Half Spear says, no, but I know it's the only real option that we have. If we can take him out, perhaps we shut the forge down completely. And there's a... So at this point, you all, have gotten close enough and are able to look around that you can see there are about probably 50 to 60 or so of Warforged, all with, weapons and shields and looking very much like, others in the Lord of Blades armies. But they are very much standing. They all, by the way, are not at ease. I mean, you can tell that they are all sort of like essentially at attention, and have their attention riveted to on Half Spear and some of the ones that are speaking from the outside of the circle.
Riveted.
See what I did there? Totally intentionally.
I'm going to speak telepathically to Rowan and Tanton and say, this is they're very taut, so whatever we decide to do to approach them, we should be careful that they don't just all turn on us immediately before hearing us out.
Well, I can do something about that.
I'm not sure how to interpret that, Tanton, I'll be real honest with you.
Neither do I. That sounded incredibly hostile.
No. Do you remember the little plates that I made glow and threw off the boat during the thing where we were pretending to be nobility? I can make like a rock or something, a ball bearing, whatever, that just says, may we approach? And I can hurl it out there where it will just repeat that message until I stop it.
Knock someone on the head.
Do you think that would frighten them more than someone just stepping out?
Well, it would allow us to, I could actually make it say a little bit more than that, but it would allow us to announce our presence without revealing where we are.
Okay, we could try that. I think that could be fun, and I'm curious to see where it would land. What do you think, Rowan?
I trust Tanton.
Me too.
So he starts carving little symbols onto a tiny pebble.
And Mehime will be like, put a happy face, non-threatening.
Good smile.
Good.
And he's almost done. And then he stops for a minute, he's like, wait, if I put that right here, it's going to mess up the and he finishes the incantation and puts a little smiley face at the bottom and turns it to is that okay? Yeah.
Can you put the QR code just to the left of it?
We want them to sign up to our newsletter.
Brought to you by the King Citizen.
Mm-hmm. Which you weren't supposed to know who we are, but that little thing is long gone, and that's too long of a message. But anyway, so he basically tells it what to say and puts it in a sling and very gently lobs it, so it's clearly not speeding into the thing like
someone's face.
Right, exactly. It just sort of and rolls into the clearing, and then it basically says, we are allies, may we approach.
Okay,
Smiley
so when that
face.
happens, hi Wispy, when that happens, the Hasper, who's in the middle of if I'm able to get and then that happens, and there's and every Warforged looks at that, and then sting blades are drawn, everyone, all sort of staring at all different directions. And Half Spear doesn't seem to react particularly to it, unlike the other Warforged, but just sort of slowly turns in place and says, I didn't think allies would disguise themselves in the shadows. Who exactly are you that sends this message? I would like from Rowan and Merime and Tanton perception checks, please.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
but while
the
that is
rock
happening,
is
I
just
am
repeating.
approaching.
Yeah, it's like we are out. We are
Oh.
we are allies.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
I am very focused on holding my. I've got my hand on my the hilt of my sword, and I am ready to defend my friends if needed.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Prince
You
Justin.
said
Not
insight.
within 30 feet.
I said perception.
Oh wow! Look at you, Rowan. Well done.
Wow.
We've got
Okay.
the two
The
ends
one
of the
time.
spectrum.
Tanton needs to get one right in the middle, like just,
Yeah.
just to equal it out.
10,
Alright.
10, 10.
Here is 18.
Nope.
2 for a total of 3.
So
Wow.
Merime and Tanton are like, what is going on? Rowan,
Holy shit!
you are,
Tanton is trying to figure out if he's like scratching incantations into the next rock to say we are, but then misses everything. That's
how does
Mind
this
you,
look?
while this is happening, I am like not running, but briskly approaching the camp where they're having this conversation, and I've already taken my arm off.
Okay. Oh, you're taking your arm off. Because what I was going to say was, Rowan, you hear there is definitely movement behind you, and not from your companions,
Oh.
as you confidently march towards the clearing.
I turn.
You see the leaves sort of rustling behind you. Something is following you.
I don't have enough time to put my arm back on,
Mm-hmm.
so I take the rifle out while it's still in my other hand,
Okay. Okay.
and I'm aiming in the direction of the sound.
Did you turn and stop, or are you like backing up as you're...
I'm backing up. I'm
Okay.
moving slower now. I'm backing up.
Nothing is jumping out ahead of you. Nothing is catching up. It's just staying at the same pace. And as you sort of like, your eyes kind of narrow, you're like, what? You look around and you see not all of the Warforged here are in the circle in the clearing. There are clearly some that are here in the underbrush that are watching. You can see glints of metal in several places. Not watching the clearing, watching...
everything here is metal.
Well, that's true. It's fair enough. That's fair enough. I guess between the green of the leaves, I guess I should say, stuff that does not look like it's on the trunks of the trees or anything like that.
So are they perhaps not friendly, Warforged? I guess I don't see them
Looks
yet.
like they're watching or at least following Rowan. You didn't start hearing this until after the thing hit the clearing and started saying the message.
So are these also rogue warforged, or can I not tell from this?
Can't
far?
tell unless you go, hey, like in the clearing.
Okay.
But yeah, so
I put the gun away. My arm is still off.
okay.
I still slowly walk backwards towards the camp where the majority of Warforged are.
You're pretty close now. You're in another couple of steps. You're going to back right out into the clearing.
I was about to say I approach with my arms up, but I only have one at the moment.
And it's in that arm. So
Yeah. I mean, right? Still counts. Still counts.
Yeah.
Not an enemy. I will open with the candid thought that I would like very much to both not be shot and to have this conversation as quickly as possible for all of our sakes.
Okay. So you step out in the and also thank you, Prince Justin. You step out in the clearing, basically, and say that, more or less, Rowan. Okay. So when you do that, Tanton and Nisi and Merime, you hear the unmistakable sound of multiple crossbows being cocked, like winding, and Rowan walks in, and there's just this moment where we get this visual, if you were to look just from the camera down onto the clearing, of just a whole host of blades and crossbows and everything aimed in Rowan's direction with the one hand, the one arm, reflecting it. And there's a pause, and then Half-Spear, who is now facing in your direction, takes several steps forward and says, "Can we assume that you're the one who threw this rock into the clearing, or do you have other friends with you?"
I step into the light beside Rowan.
Same deal, Marimay. Like 5 more Warforged, like aiming at you.
I've got my hand on the hilt of my sword, but I'm not drawing it yet.
Okay.
I promise we're friends. A small group of us gathered here very early, not too long ago, with the plan to end the suffering you're presently trapped in. This was before we knew you were even capable of being free. We're approaching you now because we share purpose.
How exactly, Halfspear says, would you know of our purpose unless you've been eavesdropping for long enough to put 2 and 2 together?
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest, metal voices carry further in this very strange place than mortal ones do, but not being bolted definitely also gives a good sign of your allegiance.
So you ever had that situation where you say you're in a group of people and you say something and suddenly the tension and silence both rise as one? When you mention the thing about the bolts, like, you can almost feel the static electricity coming from the surrounding Warforged. And Halfspear takes a few more steps forward until they're basically right next to you, Rowan, and they kind of look down a little bit on you and they say, the knowledge of these bolts is not something that most non-Warforged have, unless you've been pressed into service by the Lord, and he has sent you to spy on us. And there's a...
No, we've helped others before us.
I glance up at Halfspear and I say, we've seen your kind be pressed into this service. We've seen how much it hurts. We've seen how much it dulls. Some time ago, we sought to free some of your kin. And one of our colleagues has narrowly escaped this exact same experience. And we'd like for it to remain that way for as many people like him as possible.
Which colleague?
Another rock rolls in. It just says, he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. He's telling, and the other rock is still going. And
Halfspear kind of looks down at the rock.
Okay,
Like,
I'm going to do a minor illusion.
okay.
Essentially a kind of and like, I want it to obviously look artificial. It's supposed to look like the hologram of Leia in
Right. Not a photorealistic, oh my god, they're here, right.
But it's a reenactment of Ilarion almost being bolted the first time we met the Lord of Flames.
Okay. So you do that, and there's a much louder like murmuring around the circle, and then one Warforged steps out and says, "I remember this one. They were kept in the same room as I was. That was when we had Clock with us, you remember?" And there's sort of a general and Halfspear, with the same sort of expression, turns towards you. Go ahead, Mermaid.
Oh, he said it was when we had Clock with us.
I also noticed that as well.
Yeah, it's Clock. What happened to Clock? Last we saw, he was alive.
And Halfspear kind of like, with the same inscrutable expression, kind of looks over at you. Why would you care what one Warforged does? What happens to them? According to you, or most like you, Warforged are either servants or slaves. Even if you do not serve the Lord of Blades, that doesn't mean you serve us or work with us or care about us. Why would you care about this clock?
Because it's the right thing to do. And Tanton steps out.
Is it possible to have like it's the Mexican showdown, like the standoff, right? Like not guns
Somehow
in every
more
direction, like
knives.
That my favorite, the Mandalorian episode 7, where they're all standing in the one room and everyone's got a gun at everyone, like so. But they do this, and there's a pause, and then Half Spear sort of like nods, and again, it's very, you've had this experience with Ilarion. It's very unnerving when they're just continue to give you the same fixed stare because they're Warforged, right? Like, so you have no idea what's processing exactly or what they're thinking. And Half Spear then slowly picks up the spear from the ground. And you can see now that the spear, the top of the spear shaft has been bent as if by a great impact. And sort of picks it up and holds it and looks at you, Tanton, and says, I believe I recognize you, or at least the house that you come from. You are of the House Kenneth, are you not?
Of late, it would seem to be in name only. I am from what House Kenneth should be, not necessarily what it is.
And there's another murmuring at that, and then they say, one of them says, you can't quite see where they're coming from, like, but one of the voices says, should we trust anyone who was ever in House Kenneth? Or do we believe what this human has to say in between the making of us? It's from somewhere in the, you can't quite see who it is, as I say.
No, you shouldn't trust anyone. Simply because they are from House Kenneth, you should trust in individuals who can prove that they are worth allyship.
Yeah, that's the word.
And
it was going well at the beginning. And then
and so Half Spear says, the word proof, that's an important word for us. How exactly can you prove that you mean something to us and that we are worth allying with you? You don't even know who we are. We're a group of Warforged meeting here. You don't know what we stand for. Perhaps we're spies.
True. But if
Then we die
Clock
in
were
this hall,
here,
having made a mistake.
and if Clock were here, he would vouch for us.
And
I stood with him in his workshop on board the, whatever the name of the thing was. And we helped to get all these things to defeat Captain, I said it earlier, Reeve.
When you say Reeve, there's kind of a and they nod, and Half Spear nods slowly and says, so you would consider yourself a friend of Clock?
Yes.
We can't tell if Clock cares for us, but we care for Clock.
He turns away. Then it will grieve you to know.
I was waiting for this. I was hearing the lines from Lord of the Rings as it was going to go ahead.
Then it will grieve you to know that Clock has been destroyed. The only reason we stand here is because of Clock's sacrifice. He was able to convince the Lord of Blades that our rebellion was limited to him and several others. But the Parliament of Gears still remains. There's this whisper through the circle. And for the first time, and you see someone step out of the circle, and you can see they are holding what looks essentially like a copper plate. And Tanton, your knowledge of this, I think, is well enough to know that this is a copper plate that once graced the outside of Clock's body. Half-Spear waits, and the Warforged walks over and hands the copper plate to Half-Spear, and Half-Spear says, "This is what remains. Indeed, Clock's sacrifice made us more determined than ever. We have been working slowly to spread the word that freedom cannot be done so we may replace one enslaver for another. The Lord of Blades is a war-forged overseer, but an overseer nonetheless, no matter who wields the whip. That said, we have only your word that you were friends of Clock. Perhaps this... Did you mention Illyrian's name? Sorry. Did someone mention Illyrian's name? Okay.
Yeah.
Nope, not by name.
All right. This image you have shown, perhaps this... Turning to you, Rowan. Perhaps this image is simply an illusion meant to distract us.
I'm gonna ping in the ooh, good timing to come in and do a dramatic entrance, Hilarion.
I think that's our cue.
They're
as they
friends, though.
say.
They're friends. Don't scare them.
So, are you going to drift in that direction?
I'm gonna. Luciana and I actually not leaving her out here by herself, so we're both coming in. But yes,
Okay.
yep. I'll come in and slowly float down to approach. Let them, and I ping back to Mary. Let them know I'm coming. We're coming.
The rest of our party is coming. We didn't know if you would be friendly or not, but since you require proof, then proof you shall have.
How many others are there in this party?
Only two. Two who have met with Clock before and who were his friends as well, including the Starforged that you have met before. Illyrian.
And
I mean, yes.
and the Half-Spear turns to the one that said that they were in the same room as you were, Illyrian, and says, "Will you know which one this is if you see them?" And the other one sort of waits, kind of a stocky, shorter Warforged, and says,
I mean, how dare
"I
you.
would."
Right. I mean, you don't look like any other Warforged.
Insulted. Nope. I'm turning around and going back. And how dare they? No.
I'm sure that'll go over very well. Listen, as the only unique
Yeah.
one among all of you, I'm sure that'll
Well,
go
the
over very-
motes of light and everything. I mean, come on. Anyways.
Right, do you
let's
want to
see,
come
it's
down? Do
150
you
feet
want to
away.
create an illusion of a choir as you descend from the heavens?
Oh, I pull out my
I
lute.
mean,
I have three more
I've got
rocks.
accompaniment, yes, exactly. We got a chorus here.
What would the rock say? Something like, "All prepare ye the way of the,"
I-
like, you know.
If I cancel the other two, I can make 5 rocks that'll say anything I want.
Oh my God.
Not risen. He has arrived.
He
There we
has
go.
arrived.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I don't know that
Yes.
you actually want the arrival of the Warforged Messiah. I don't think this is what we're looking for.
Aren't they though? Aren't they?
You're waiting for the
thing-
Ewoks to be like,
It-
my
it is
God,
a-
it's really
A
Okay.
good thing that I have just enough wisdom to not be swayed by Miramay, because otherwise the cons we could pull would be ridiculous. I'm
So-
just saying.
Exactly,
Anyways,
Chris Justin. For they are the Kwisatz Haderach. And I believe you say the spice must flow. No, you don't. Anyway, so
Lisan al-Gaib! Lisan al-Gaib!
so none of
It's
those
probably
things
gonna take a
happen.
minute to arrive there,
Yeah.
and I mean, I don't know if I probably would catch those in the brush. Look, did they all come in after us, and so there's no one
Yeah,
outside
so
watching anymore?
so what? By the time
I mean,
you,
sorry.
when you have entered the center, and
Right.
when you drift in, there's a gradual parting, and there is very much whispering and pointing as you enter the circle with Nisiana. And then as you all
sorry.
look, there's a
Okay.
moment where you look around you, and it is a circle of all of these Warforged warriors with weapons and blades and everything sort of pointed at the 5 of you in the middle. And Half-Spear, the only one standing out from that circle next to all of you. And Half-Spear looks up at you, Illyrian. As we said, you are a little taller. And Nisiana.
Damn straight. I mean, yes.
And says, they say that you were kept captive on the ship that I also don't recall the name of at the moment. It's a long
Ziggurat.
campaign, but
Yep,
anyway.
yep.
They say that you were on that ship and that you yourself were restrained. what can you tell us of what and who you are? You are not Warforged, not precisely. What is this party you are with? Why are you spying on us?
My name is Ilarion. I come from the heavens. I am known as a Starforged, and I have been on this continent for more than 100 years, traveling the length and breadth of this land, learning from its inhabitants as one who is not one of them. What your witness says is true. I was at the insert name of ship here. We were sent there on a mission to save. Was it saving people? We had to rescue someone, I believe, right? Wasn't that the case?
Yeah.
Bust some prisoners out.
Yep.
And we decided that as one who is related to the rest of you, that I would try to go in to infiltrate. In the course of that action, yes, a bolt puts a hand on their neck was placed to my chagrin. It was not an enjoyable experience, as I'm sure you all would agree with me. Fortunately, my companions were able to remove it with little difficulty. But I have known the feeling of that yoke, of control, of powerlessness. We ended up destroying that ship. No doubt you heard of that, and those who escaped. I mean, I would apologize. We did not mean to destroy any of you who were there, especially against your will. Unfortunately, in the course of making the escape, the ship suffered irreparable damage. When we have been here for some time, and when we noticed that you were congregating here, we realized, and that you were able to remove bolts, we realized something else was going on under the Lord of Blades' nose, and ours too. We will try to answer whatever questions you have, but our being here is extremely important. There are things that must happen for, and I look at everyone around us, the Lord of Blades to be defeated once and for all. If you can help us, it is very likely that you will enable us to bring that goal about. Make it a reality. What say you?
So there's a pause, and I should say the name of the ship, which I've just found, is the Conclave.
Thank you.
That was the name of it.
Okay. Well, of course I said that, Arv. Come on.
Yeah, no,
the last 5 minutes.
naturally. You see that, and all of a sudden you see Ray Fiennes being like, dressed in a Cardinals outfit. Like, it's great.
What say you? I just, again, regard them with the typical Starforged expression, which is no expression at all.
So they look at you for a bit, and one of the members of the Warforged circle steps forward, slightly bent over, you think maybe partially damaged, and says, "This is exactly what would have happened, Half-Spear, if the Lord was trying to fool us. Get a few slaves, send them in our direction, and then make something up about this ship that they destroyed. They could have gotten news of it from elsewhere." Half-Spear doesn't say anything yet, just sort of looks in that direction, and the Warforged continues.
You
know exactly
interrupt.
what they're going to... Okay.
Actually, it's great to see who breaks first. Arv, do I recognize the Warforged who was with me in that room?
Make a history check for me about that. Rowan, go ahead and say what you're going to say as you're interrupting.
So, what everybody else notices is that when Half-Spear brings the remains of Clock, that's what I'm focused on the entire rest of this conversation.
Okay.
And I'm still looking at that plate when I say,
okay.
Frankly, you can have any opinion of me as an individual, but I'd prefer it if you didn't question the dignity or freedom of my comrades. I'm not even looking at him when I say that.
Okay. So, and you were saying that to the sort of damaged Warforged that had spoken, right? That had stood out.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
The one who
Not half spear.
dared run his gob
Yeah.
about whether the rest of this crew are slaves.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Danton is ruffling in his bag.
okay.
15 is the roll.
I would say yes. You probably do recognize them. It was you don't remember a lot of details. Then
I know
you didn't have a chance to speak all that much with them, but
Right.
you do remember that they were all sort of being kept in a particular place in that room, and that,
Seated in a chair with that wire, that glowing wire around them.
Yep. That's right. So, so the scarred, damaged one sort of, kind of, does the usual inscrutable stare at you, Rowan, because they always stare. And Half Spear says, "There will always be mutual suspicion, it appears. But it is true that the Lord has grown deeply paranoid. Despite the number of successes, he now is trying to root us out, and our recruiting has slowed, partially because the Lord has grown this close to their goal. When they manage to get the forge functional and working again, there won't be much to stop them. The Lord will destroy the 5 nations and beyond. If it's up to him, all will bow under one yoke, his."
It's not up to him.
Ugh.
So
Misiana, who's in
Yeah.
Ilarian's arms this entire time, is like, it's not up to him. It's up to us. And we have fought through danger and time to get here. And now we have a chance to stop him. Life is sacred. And that's what I believe. I've always believed it.
one person says, from one the circle you hear, "Humanoid life?" And there's
Of
kind of
course.
murmur.
Your life, the lives of spirits that are sentient, all sentient creatures. Absolutely.
There's
Anything that can be free deserves to fight for its freedom.
Half Spear sort of slowly nods and says, "We have no disagreement there. In fact, we will make sure to eliminate the threat of the Forge this very night." And there's sort of a general pause, and then he says, "But I'm not going to tell you more about that until I know whether or not I can believe your story."
Okay, so through the mind link, I ask, he's not going to succeed. Do we tell him that?
I don't know. They might be the ones who damaged the Colossus. How many time?
By the time the battle is over, we don't know whether it succeeded or not. There's been no news from this area yet. They might very well possibly succeed.
Well, they said tonight, so they won't succeed tonight, but they might not all die tonight. Greg, would we have any impression of, like, obviously the Forge was still active, but do we have any impression, or did we get any? I guess we wouldn't know anything of whether or not the rebels actually escaped in the future from which we come.
Right, and you don't know what exact action they were planning on doing, like what exactly they mean by sabotaging, because they keep talking about the Forge, not about the Colossus or anything else. So, so you don't know yet.
Well,
the answer to that.
We did hear him say, "If we take him out."
True. Yep.
Oh, so they were going after
someone
who can make the Forge work. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
So they might have taken out Aaron, and it wasn't.
Oh, they might take out the other one. The other artificer.
Yep. And so Mutagen reaches into his bag and pulls out one of the dragon shards, the shards of a dragon shard that held those three air elementals that powered that thing. And he holds it out to the kind of hunched over one and says, "This was from the conclave."
And it kind of like shuffles forward a bit and then picks it up and sort of brings it close to its face, and then it looks similar, but you could have gotten this from another ship.
Valerian points at the one who had mentioned that he saw me on the ship. There is a witness. Step forward and recount what you saw on the conclave.
And
As you can see, I don't look anything, and again I sweep the room with my gaze, like all of you. And that's the motes of light. Everything is like fully, there you go. Surely a witness who saw myself and now sees me here knows of what they are speaking.
And Half-Spear says, "Well, is this true?" And turns back to the one that originally said, step the stocky one that said like, "Oh yeah, I saw this," and the short stocky one sort of steps forward and looks up and says, "But they didn't look like this exactly. Not all the light and shine. They were cloaked when they came in, hooded, and then brought and attached to this line, not with this impressive-looking shield and lights."
Much has happened since you have seen me last, but let me help you. And since I have actually been in my armor this whole time, I actually turn it off, and except for the shield, which I set down, all my armor kind of goes away, and I'm in my normal form, which is what I was when I was at the conclave before I went into battle. And the hood is actually off because I haven't had the cloak for a while now. And I say, yes, as we all grow and experience life, things change. I am not the same as you saw me all those months ago. No one is. But do you recognize me now?
And there's sort of a long pause, and then, "It does look like the same one, Half-Spear." And Half-Spear nods and says, "So you are from the stars, the heavens, you say? And you have come with this, your group of companions here, to tell us what? What exactly would you have of the Parliament of Gears? Our actions are already in motion. We are disinclined to stop them now."
No one said anything about stopping what you already have planned or in motion. However, do those plans involve every single one of you? Or, let me put it this way. Just because a plan is in motion does not mean that a secondary goal cannot be added to that plan. If there are those of you who are working on the Colossus, we would ask that you look for ways to sabotage its effectiveness over the next day or so. There are those of you working on the Argonth. We would ask the same.
I'm going to look at them to see if I see any signs of, some of them kind of revealing their hand. Like, oh shit, he called me out.
Make an insight check, please.
Okay, I will make it at advantage as per usual.
Okay.
And I do believe in you.
Immediately bending luck.
Oh, you
Immediately
believe in
bending
me.
luck.
I believe in you. I absolutely believe in you.
What am I doing here? What's happening?
Well,
Am I
the believe in you,
re-rolling?
that wasn't a 1, right? Was
That was a
Yes,
one.
one
Yeah, it
is a
was a
1,
one.
yes.
1 and a 2. I got a 1 and a 2.
I guess you could take the 1 and then have Nisiana believe in you on that.
So I just roll once then.
Yeah.
19.
Okay.
Which is
You still want to
better.
bend luck on that, Rowan, or no?
I still did, so you can still add a D4 anyway. I really
Oh,
want this to go
thank
well.
you. Thank you. That's very kind. That is
Tanton,
amazing, though. 2 natural ones so far. Sorry.
2.
So
Okay, so
21.
21. What were you going to say, Tanton?
Tanton looks at the hunched over one and it's like, "Do you want me to take a look at that?
A look at what?
Your damage that has you hunched over like that. I could fix it if you want.
There's sort of
You'd
a...
have to you'd have to continue to pretend to have it. You have all already stated that you're trying to keep yourselves from being discovered. So you suddenly being functional again, well, not lacking dysfunction would be suspicious.
The hunched one comes over to you. I'll talk about Merime, what you found in just a minute. Tanton, the hunched one comes over to you and sort of like, kind of like looks you up and down and says, "This came when I was helping several of my brethren escape. My punishment was what you see. I wear it as a badge of honor for the fallen. I wear it as a badge of connection to my comrades. The Lord damaged me. If I fix it, it means he has damaged my soul. And I will not have that touched." And then
You wish.
he steps back. There's you also notice, Tanton, as he steps back, that he's given a wide berth, not an oh my god, the curse guy, but more of a respectful, like, you know, everyone is watching to make sure that this one is okay as he kind of steps backwards from having spoken, and did not seem angry at you. It was more a statement of purpose, for whatever that's worth. Merime, when you had the insight thing, you're pretty confident that there's a waitingness here. There's a sense of anticipation, as if they're deciding or waiting for a decision to be made about what to do next. But it's very hard to tell, like one of them being like, you know, like they're obviously the expressions don't change. So a lot of it has to be just based on hearing murmurings and whispers. And these, you've been around enough of them to know, are soldiers, disciplined ones. So there's sort of a pause, and then Half Spear says, "Well, it comes to this. We will solve this problem. What you suggested, Alarian, we have already made some plans to fix. Tonight, we will make sure that the forge cannot function. Once that is done, the Lord of Blade's army will no longer function either." And there's sort of there's a general, like, it seems like mostly of affirmation.
All right, I'll step forward.
Huh?
But what if you cannot reach the forge? That is a big target. Have you thought of perhaps secondary targets instead? Perhaps less defended ones.
This target will ensure that all the other targets are moot. I have spent time in the LifeSpark Foundry. I know something of the layout of the place. By the time I leave, and whether or not I survive, the forge will no longer be a concern.
I'm gonna say in the mind, like, they're targeting Aaron, aren't they? And they're not going to find him.
They'll find someone else.
I mean,
If they know what it looks like to be a member of House Cannith, they're going to take that shot regardless.
There's only going to be one other person who could make it work.
My frustration is He
We fought
speaks
the
just
army.
like someone who is confident that they're gonna get through the gate the first time.
We,
Choice does he have? They're desperate.
And we cannot tell them
no.
if they deviate from this path, the consequences could be severe.
I don't think we can risk more time.
Correct.
Like, but I don't know.
We can't have him not prioritize this, but we need to make sure as many of our goals are accomplished as possible, and to do that kind of actually means giving them this one.
Oh, actually, and then Valerian kind of like shakes their head and says, "Well, wait, they came here with the Lord of Blades. They probably know he had the prisoner. They know who they're going to go after regardless.
Sure.
Because they've been with him. So that mission, that plan's going to go ahead. Apologies to you, Tanton." Everyone kind of looks at him since we're all doing this in our heads. But that's going to happen regardless, I'm assuming. And it unfortunately must happen, whether they're successful or not. Any wibbly wobbly nonsense. I mean, I don't think we
I
offer
turn to
our
Half Spare.
assistance. Yeah.
Sorry, Rowan.
I look up to Half Spare.
Okay.
You have your imperatives, and I'm not here to tell you that your own sense of duty is weaker than that of 5 strangers. I do speak on behalf of my friends who happen to be that contingent of strangers, that we have intentions on more than one soft target in this space, with the goal of ensuring that in days' time, what can't be defeated tonight can crumble in the light of day, in the shadow of all the nation's armies. You don't have to trust us, you don't have to like us, and quite frankly, if this is the way that you speak to people who respect freedom as much as you do, I kind of hope that we never meet each other again. But we all have the same goal, and we are willing, the 5 of us, to sacrifice some manner of dignity to ensure your freedom. All we ask are some extra hands in ensuring that we can get some of our duties done. We're going to do it whether you say so or not, so you'd rather not make additional stumbling blocks for yourself in the next coming hours.
There's a pause, and then Half Spear says, "You speak of things to come, inevitabilities. Where are you from? Who are you?"
You knew Clock.
Clock was a friend. Yes.
This was after the destruction of the Conclave. When, and he points at Ilarion and the Short's document, when the two of you met.
Yes.
Did he ever speak to you of the King's Citadel?
No. At least, not any name of that sort. He said there were ones that the Parliament was not alone. There were some who would fight for us, alongside us. Clock was an optimist. I must live in a world of cynicism as a lesser thing than him, but still somehow trying to lead these people to freedom.
You,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you travel with someone who uses very strong magic, yes? And as did Clock.
So, sorry.
So you're aware of things like prescience.
Okay. We have heard of
And-
such things, yes.
There are things that some of us know because of our connection to our God. There are things that some of us know because of our duties. We're here following some of that prescience.
You are basing this on visions, you would say, from your God.
Call it life experience. Call it a certainty that goes beyond faith. There are things that we know that we have experienced. We do not necessarily know how they came to be, but we know that they must be done. And we have to be very, very careful in making sure that we don't hurt others in the process. There are things that we know need to be done. When you do whatever it is that you're going to do tonight, if you have the ability to work against the Colossus and the Argoth, it is beyond words for me to express how important that is.
The Colossus, as you call it, is being repaired.
Mm-hmm.
They are adding some terrifying new weapon, but none of us are part of the crew responsible for rebuilding it. You can examine it if you wish,
Mm-hmm.
but it will not be this Colossus that will turn the war, but the Forge,
Mm-hmm.
unless we can bring it down. And there's a pause, and then one of the assembled circle say, "But you said that this one is also from House Cannon. What then does that mean? That means there's more than one key." And, like, all of the Warforged slowly turn to face Tanton.
Niagara Falls!
And Half Spear says, "You could perhaps operate the Forge of Making."
I could.
And you know the one that is operating it now.
And even though you told us his name, I've forgotten it. It starts with a D.
Demery, yeah.
Demery. I do not know him personally, but we have been in one another's orbits before.
Half Spear sort of waits, and then in a fairly quick maneuver, turns and
Cuts Tanton's head off.
yeah, exactly. No, no. Puts the shaft of the spear into the ground, and turns away and says, "We do not relish this task, but the poor slave that the Lord has doing his bidding, he is one of your house. Tonight, I will enter the Lifespark Foundry, and with sadness, I will do what must be done and cut him down." Which is a good place for us to take our break. You are watching the Infinity and Beyond crew negotiating with the Parliament of Gears.
Are we really?
Actually,
Sounds
let's
like a
try not to
negotiation to
die.
me.
There,
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see what happens when they get back from break and they decide what they're going to do to sort of bring this all the way home. Do they stop them? Do they not stop them? What will they incur time stream? Is it going to cause problems if they do allow it to happen? Don't allow it to happen? Who knows? These are all the
A
timey-wimey things we
negotiation, much
consider.
like a burger asking a mouth which corner to be eaten from.
I am joined by the wonderful crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Brandon O'Brien. It is 9:57, so let's give ourselves about 8 minutes or so, let's say. Let's get back here at around 10:05 Eastern. We'll play until 11 tonight, and we will see what happens as the time stream continues in this, the penultimate episode of Eberron Oracle of War. We'll be right back. You all take a break yourselves, hydrate, spread the word, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Until then, hold tight. Okay, welcome back, everyone. As we're all doing careless whisper jokes in chat. But welcome back, everybody, to day 90 of D&D with Infinity Beyond Eberron Oracle of War, as we continue the final season. So, so when we last left our heroes, they were deep in negotiations, in quotes, with members of the Parliament of Gears, who are planning, as we have just learned, to assassinate, I suppose, I don't know that it's political per se, but at least to kill Demery DeCanneth, so as to prevent the forge from being able to be used. The question, of course, is whether that's something the party should allow or should stop, and what does damage to the time stream and what doesn't, and what's the right thing to do, and all these other sort of timey-wimey things that we have to consider. So, Halfspear has just told you this is what they are planning. I will hand things back over to the party. What do you folks want to do?
If it can be avoided, perhaps any other option but murder?
I'm with Rowan. Clark himself believed that every slave deserved to be freed and set and alive. And what you're suggesting is to go against that which brought the Parliament of Gears together. I know that this is a flesh being, not a warforged, but is that who you want to become? As bad as the Lord of Blades himself?
The putting down of a miserable creature that is in pain and suffering, and in doing so, making things better by the elimination of this machine of death, is not to lower ourselves to the Lord of Blades. It is to do what must be done, as Clock did when he sacrificed himself for us. And there's a general kind of like...
There's a difference between sacrifice and murder. There must be another way. You are Warforged. You have survived this long. You've figured out how to get your bolts off. You've figured out how to meet each other in, mostly secret. Surely you can think of another way to do something here that would slow down the Lord of Blades' progress.
You're speaking of someone who also wants to be free. Why would you not give them the same grace that you yourself have earned?
We are, by freeing himself from a bondage of torment and torture. We will not be able to get close enough to free him in the traditional way. The Lord of Blades has multiple guards around him, and they are as unsleeping as the rest of the Warforged. Before you got within 1,000 feet, you would be beset on all sides by part of the Lord of Blades' armies, to say nothing of what the Lord of Blades himself would do. We take no joy in any of this process, but we have thought through the implications. There is no hope for him, but there is a hope for those of us who wish to prevent the Lord of Blades from doing what he will do to all of Corvair, yes, and non-Warforged too.
Merime, I think this is the hard decision we have to make, and that is that we let them do their plan and we focus on ours. In the trauma wards, we had to make choices. And some of those choices hurt.
We already made some of those choices, and I think that this is rippling outward. I don't think this is supposed to happen this way. I don't sense that this is what it's supposed to happen.
If there's a thing worth fighting for, it's this. If these Warforged lives matter, so does Daenerys. If we're willing to fight to make sure that this entire war can end, we are ending it for Daenerys just as much as everyone else. It's not a hard choice until we have no choice. Right now, we do.
We chose Aaron. How can we let another if this all succeed as Mermaid's trying to like not reveal the whole plan? If this is if if this is to end, then his pain will come to an end then in a good way.
While we're having this conversation, I'm actually going to do a scan of the crowd and see if anyone is not acting like I think they should. Like do an insight to see.
You can do it's going to be a hard one though, Nisiana, with no expressions and like
It's true, but
warriors who are disciplined.
body.
But you can
I've
try.
spent enough time around Illyrian. I can read him fairly well. I'm gonna try.
Do any of these gears turn sinisterly?
I thought you were gonna like cut to like a montage in Illyrian's head, and it's all musicals, just like all like, ha.
Illyrian is the Lord of Blades. That's revealed at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Ha
Oh shit!
The ultimate.
Right.
Yeah.
Insight. Let's see. What did I get? Not very good. 16.
It's there's a great deal of sort of like wait and see. There have been only, of course, a handful of the Warforged that have actually spoken. Most of them have simply watched and or murmured or whispered to each other, but there's not been a lot sort of standing out from everyone else. You know, the one thing that seems clear is that these are dedicated creatures, right? The question is dedicated to what? And you can be dedicated and be dedicated to the wrong thing. But, you know, you don't get the impression that there's some, like, mass disagreement with the leaders or anything.
Yeah, I guess the question then becomes, if we're trying to put the perspective on the other foot, is if, what was this guy's name?
Demery.
If the person in Demery's position was Clock, would you still go kill Clock?
And Halfspear turns back to you and gazes at you steadily and says, without hesitation, and he would wish it.
So, you say that you will be doing this not only to partially foil the plans, if not completely foil the plans of the Lord of Blades, but also to free Demery from the pain and torment that he is in.
That is our hope.
Then what of me? Would I be next?
And so there is kind of a like murmuring among the crowd. And then Halfspear sort of slightly tilts his head and says, that you ask that question indicates that you would not be next. You, though you are a variable we had not considered, are with a group of other adventurers. Why you are here and where you have come from is still unclear to me. But that you have knowledge of these matters is also clear. I believe that you will not use the Forge, or that you would not be here talking to us, still talking to us after this time. So no, you would not be next. But if you were captured by the Lord of Blades, imprisoned, tortured, made to dance like a puppet on his strings, then yes, we would kill you, if that is what it took.
Rick, I sent you a little message.
Okay.
Respectfully, I believe that there is a thing that you are not considering. In describing people that you know are under threat, are under the duress of death to do a thing that we all agree is abhorrent, you imagine that they would submit easily. Consider instead that all that they need to know is that there are, in fact, allies fighting alongside them. However, we can send that message, and that is enough for them to continue doing whatever work you were planning to do in the Forge at the exact same time. Would you rather not see a representative of House Cannith start breaking things before you can get to the center of this room? I would. I would like to think that if you believe ultimately in the dignity of being freed from slavery, even by death, you'd want that person to earn the noble death of having sacrificed their own freedom for other people's freedom, rather than being seen as lacking it themselves. If you believe that we are fighting for the independence of all sapient creatures, then you have to believe it for Denery as well, or you believe it for no one, just like the Lord does.
You ask us to have
To have faith in another creature? Yes, I do, because I have it in you. And you had me at knife point 6 minutes ago.
There's a very long pause, and then Half Spear sort of looks around at everyone. You would have us, then, not kill him. Leave the Forge as is, and do what we can in these other ways you have suggested to disrupt.
We are making all of these moves at once. There is still, I believe, or at least can be convinced, a vital reason for us to make a move on the Forge. But we are fighting to bring Denery with us, and we are only making the hard choice when we have no choice.
The choice that you ask us to make will not involve rescuing him. It is impossible. I am not saying this because we cannot do it. I am saying because no one can. It is suicidal, more than sacrificial, to try to infiltrate, get close enough, somehow save Demery and bring him out intact. That will not
I would like
happen.
to ask you two questions. And one of them is a very selfish, perhaps somewhat gauche personal inquiry that I've had about your kind for some time. Can a Warforged lie?
Yes.
Grand. Then the next question that I ask is one that I'm basing on the trust that I've already gathered for you in these last few minutes. The day before you were freed from your restraining bolt, did you think it was possible to have an ally?
And there's a pause, and then... Yes. I had not abandoned hope. But I also knew that what I faced was as nothing before the larger cause. If we choose to do what you ask, it will not involve rescuing Demery. If you go down that fool's path, you tread it alone. We will not destroy the Parliament based upon fantasy. But if you ask us not to kill Demery because nothing deserves death in that way, that there is some larger purpose we cannot see. I do not know whether my comrades and I would see the same way, but we might at least consider it. But no, Rowan, did you actually introduce
I haven't
yourself
given
yet?
my name.
Okay.
Yeah. Have any of us? I don't think we have.
Hilarion.
Hilarion is
All
in
right.
it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. And also, they know that Tanton is of the House Cannith, so they know that. But so they say, but that is what we will be willing to do.
Give us 3 nights and we'll try to save him.
There's kind of a.
Well, technically 2.
There's one.
2? Well, an extra just in case. That's true. Technically 2.
You say 2, they're like. I'm just kidding. Even
Backwards
louder.
negotiation.
One day.
Okay.
So they say, so why? What will you do in 2 nights?
We'll accomplish some of the things that we mentioned. We'll slow
We
him
are
down
very
that way.
capable of mischief.
We are. If Clock were here, he would let you know that.
You are asking us to reverse a decision that we have spent many weeks preparing, planning, arranging.
But as you said, you had not counted on a group like us in your plans. Surely that bears some reconsideration.
True. And Half-Spear turns and he says, we do not operate as a dictatorship. That is the way of the Lord, and it is not our way. Thus, I ask all of the Parliament of Gears, what say all of you? Okay, now, I'm going to need a persuasion
They're
check.
actually going to vote.
Ooh.
I need a persuasion check. Now, whoever's going to do this, be aware if you want to ask for advantage or what, like.
We get advantage because we have bested Captain Reeves as a legacy event.
Ah, that's right.
Once per adventure, one something, I have bad handwriting, can get advantage
Yep.
to a persuasion check on a Warforged.
Actually, point of
I
order,
was
it's
ready.
advantage on intimidation, it's not persuasion.
Intimidation or persuasion. It's
Oh.
both. Yeah.
Well, then I'm...
Well, that's
I would
about
have
as
been happy to try to
narratively.
intimidating him, but you know.
All right, listen, you can't stand against
Follow
the
our
5 of us.
plan,
You
or
say
else.
he's like 50 of them. All of
But yes.
I will say that is about as narratively perfect as you could get. You did defeat Captain Reeves, so like, if
Yeah.
you want to pull that out, yeah, you can absolutely do
I
advantage
think
on
That's
that.
Now's
all I
the
just wanted to
time,
say.
yep.
We have an advantage
Seems like the appropriate
automatically.
time to use this. It seems like.
And whoever
Who here is us? Who's best at persuasion?
I'm
I've
gonna
got
actually make Alarian
Yeah.
come down so I can go and grasp Mermaid's hand because
I
know
believe
Oh
it or-
yeah, I would have.
That's
As
right.
soon as you
Yeah.
I've
wanted me to
got
put you down,
plus-
I'd put you down. So.
I'm also going to give her guidance.
Oh, thank you, because I've got plus 11 on persuasion.
That's okay.
I think, yeah.
I love that we're gonna cut. I have this image of cutting to the end of Sunday's session during ArvCon, and it's like,
Thank you.
listen, it doesn't matter because it's not like you defeated Captain Reeve, and you're like, we did, and I'm like, but you've used it up. Like, God damn it, would have changed everything.
Wait, if we saved it for the Lord of Blaze, you would have stopped.
They would have been like,
Shit!
Captain Reeves was my uncle. Oh, no.
Put your weapon down. No. You know we beat up Captain Reeves, right? Okay.
Oh God, you're right. You win.
Captain Reeves would have said so when we defeated him. So.
Oracle of Reeve, Reeve of War, Christopher Reeve. Okay,
Oh.
right. So, okay.
Wow.
So Marie Mermaid is rolling this, yes, and you're doing it with guidance, and you're doing it at
I'm doing it with
advantage.
guidance. I'm going to squeeze my sister's hand when I feel her guidance come through, and I'm going to say, I'm sorry that I killed her, and I don't think it's a mistake we need to repeat. And then I'm going to, I'll say that only to Nisiana.
And you see how it just tears just start silently streaming down her face. Nothing else.
Aw.
And then I am going to kind of take a moment with a deep breath, and I'm going to inspire myself as well. So, and then I'm going to roll with advantage, and I'm
Okay.
going to do all of these because I really believe in this, and I need my sister to believe in it too. Okay, so 26. I'm going to use the guidance.
Oh, wow. 26 and 26. Okay.
Very
When it was
convinced about
meant to
26.
be. I'm going to use a d4 and then I'm going to roll my
This is
d12
part of the D4 gives
inspiration.
you a 0.
28 and then 31
31.
altogether.
You needed a 40. No. So
Wait, what?
just kidding. God damn it. No. So there's this long pause, and then Half Spear says, "The vote has begun. Slowly, one by one, each weapon is slightly raised in turn. You see 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then and going up all over, and finally there is a." Not everyone raises their hand, but just about all. And you see what would be described as, I don't know, like a thicket of weapons, like all of them in the air. The last
bouquet
one.
of weapons.
Say again, the what?
A bouquet of weapons.
A bouquet of weapons, yes, yes. A bundle of weapons. And you all notice that the last person is sort of held out. There are a couple that clearly are not going to raise, but the last one that sort of Half Spear turns towards is the broken, damaged one. And Tantin, you notice the damaged one looks in your direction and then back and slowly raises their weapon. And Half Spear nods and says, "Then it is done." Now, the minute this happens, all of you feel something. This is not a time travel, not a time stream consequence, but it is a vision, I think, that reminds you of it, that pops into your head. And the vision is of the Warforged Colossus. You see it standing in full glory, and as you look, it lifts one arm, and you see to your horror that bolted onto the arm is an enormous, what looks like a cannon or a tube. And as it sweeps its arm over, like just flame, this enormous flamethrower. Now, you all know for an absolute fact that it didn't use this when you fought it, or you probably wouldn't all be talking here. It did not have this weapon. As quickly as the vision comes, it is gone, and you are standing again in the middle of the circle of Warforged, and Half Spear, with its head tilted, says, "You seem distressed."
I think we have a job to do.
Yeah, and quickly.
I think we have a very big job to do.
Oh, I'll take care of that. And he reaches down and picks up the 2 rocks and cuts the thing so that they stop talking. Yes.
Yeah, there's a great cheer that goes off. Huzzah!
Totally.
So, okay, let me just, one sec here.
Well, isn't that a thing that just happened?
We don't stop
To
that
hear
thing
our
from
GM
happening.
doing a Google search on how to make our experiences
Nope.
worse for us.
Nope. Not
How
a Google
to
search.
burn
We
players.
did that ourselves. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
exactly. I don't
Yeah,
even. What are you
I
talking
got
about?
nothing.
I'm not going to get in the way of your efficient methods of hammering yourself. No, I have.
Oh, God.
I have.
Enemy is making a mistake. Let them make it.
I'm going to just ping everyone back into the time and say, like, I think that was a vision, but I think time seems to be moving faster again. We have to go. We have to go now. Towards a Colossus. That's our next target.
Yeah. I turn to Half Spear. It would be efficient for all of us if we can make smart use of all of the figures that we have in this room right now. Can we borrow some bodies for some of our tasks.
And they sort of look at you, and he says, "Bodies."
Perhaps not refer to him that way. Let's try
No.
again.
He's asking for assistance of people.
Volunteers.
Yes.
The word he's
No one
trying to.
no one who isn't willing to help us in our duties, but suffice it to say that many hands would make light work, and we do have to strike at several very vital parts of the Lord of Blades campaign, possibly as soon as possible.
If you tell us what it is that you would have us do, then we will make an effort to turn our abilities towards fulfilling those goals. To send some of us with you, though, would notify the Lord that there are others in his ranks. We will be expected back in our divisions, and we cannot take the opportunity and throw it away. But give us the instructions you would. We will do what we can.
Actually, that will work for us as well if you can pull off some sort of distraction to pull attention away from the Colossus. Without, of course, implicating yourself. Unfortunately, I do not know what that might be at this time, but if your people cannot come with us, then causing a commotion or situation elsewhere would be of the utmost benefit to us, allowing us to reach the Colossus unseen. Undetected, actually, is what I meant to say.
Unless, of course, you already have agents working on the Colossus, in which case, suffice it to say, we may have some fighting intelligence for you.
I look at Rowan, and in my mind I say, from that vision we just saw, I don't think so.
They also said they didn't.
Yeah, I think we have to head there, and I think we have to go soon. If they can buy us a distraction, yeah.
Can bring you, but you may find the distraction is, well, it may not come from us. We will show
Fine.
you, but the
Okay.
work on the Colossus is... And if it were possible, Ilarion, who knows sort of Warforged almost better than anyone else, being related yourself, discomfort might be the way that you would describe Half-Spear in that moment. And Half-Spear then turns and says, "Very well. I will conduct you. The rest of the Parliament must return by its own ways, slowly, carefully, and secretly back to its own place."
Mm-hmm.
And there's a pause, and the short, stocky one comes up to you, Ilarion, and says, "Is it..." Oh, sorry, I had a deeper voice. I did want to say thank you for destroying the Conclave. It was not a good place.
I just look down on him because he's shorter than me.
How dare you
Insulting.
look down?
Yes. Put my hand on their shoulder and say, I understand. I am sure if you had had the ability, you would have done the same.
And there's a pause, and then it says, "The fact that I am not sure says all that one needs to know about you. I don't know what I would have done, but I know what you did, so thank you." And then turns and walks away. And as they gradually, and they do almost seem like they're almost melting into the underbrush, honestly. Like, no one is saying, okay, you go, and then you go, and then you go. But, like, they're all, bit by bit. And eventually it's just Half-Spear and you and the damaged one. And the damaged one comes up to you, Tanton, and says, "I wonder If you had worked still for the house, and you had seen me, would you have fixed me, melted me down for scrap, or pressed me into service?
There was one Warforged that I saw while I was working near the front lines in the repair tents. Its name was Chittick, and as it was laying on the table in front of me, and I was told to repair it so that it could be sent back to continue fighting. And he asked me to not do that, to just let him go. And I told him there was no way he could escape. There was no, and he stopped me and he said, "That is not what I mean. Let me go." And I did. I shut him down permanently because that was what he wished.
The damaged one sort of nods slowly. Perhaps creator and creation can sometimes understand each other, even from the gulf that separates them. I will consider what you have said, one from the house, Kenneth. Perhaps there will be a meeting. He nods and shuffles off, leaving just Half Spear, who waits and then says, "Let us be on our way then. But I warn you, the sight is not pleasant." And then turns and heads off through the clearing, assuming you all follow him. I don't want to just... Okay. So you make your way... All right, sleep well, Helmus. So he makes his way this way, and let me just... Okay, yeah. This way and then up here, and he takes this rather wandering, circuitous route. It takes the better part of an hour, maybe a little more, to kind of wander through it because he often stops and, like, you know, ducks behind a tree or lowers himself below a set of rocks. And you notice now as you're walking along that there are far more patrols than there were even a day ago, marching around, and clearly not Parliament of Gears, you know, Warforged. Like, these are actual, like, Lord of Blades people, excuse me, that are moving around rocks and crossing by and marching forward, and there are many, many, many of them. The patrols that you would normally expect even for a war camp, probably twice the amount. And if you were not with Half Spear, you think you might have had a hard time getting all the way here without getting noticed at all. They are at a heightened sense of alert. Maybe that's the best way to put it. But nonetheless, you make your way to the edge of this space, and then do the same kind of, like, Half Spear turns and says, "You must get down." God damn it, Trent. And he gestures to the ground below. So do you all, like, okay, so now, Alarian,
no,
I am curious
I
about...
stand firmly, no.
Yeah, like, do you, and I guess you can, like, you can theoretically lie down even if it's not...
Oh, sure, yes,
right? I mean,
I can.
You're just
yes.
hovering slightly, like, you know, but,
Dim your eyes.
yeah, exactly right.
Tom Cruise and the
and
floor
you-
of the,
You crawl up the hill a little bit at Half Spear's direction, and then Half Spear says, and you can hear on the other side in fact, I need to see if I can find, ooh, wait a second, before I tell you what you see, let me see if I can make it where you hear it. I will make you hear it. Let's see.
Sounds like a threat.
Right?
Not good.
No. How much is that? Maybe that's possible. I don't know if that's gonna work. Let me. No. No, it's not even there. No. What I'm looking for. Okay, I guess I'm not going to get it, so I'm just going to keep what it's there. I love this music, by the way, for where we've been, but you hear
Mary
the
Jane would be
sound.
much better for this part.
You hear the sound. The perfect example, I think, is for those of you who have ever seen any of the Indiana Jones films or The Mummy, but Indiana Jones in particular. And I'm thinking about an archaeological dig site, or in the great movie The Mask of Zorro, highly underrated, the site where they are all working on the secret mine. Because when you look over the side of the
El
hill,
Dorado.
yeah, El Dorado. This is my vision. Yes, when you look over the side down here, you see hundreds of people, and they are not just Warforged, that are scurrying back and forth. First of all, the Colossus is now, before, remember, I may have mentioned that you saw it sort of embedded in the ground. It is now standing, and there are gantries basically around the legs, and ladders with people going up and down and around the legs and bustling back and forth. And as you look a little more closely, you can see that there are multiple, these are all different kinds of, you see elves, humans. You don't see any Warforged in that group, although I'll come back to that in a minute. Dwarves, you think you may see a couple of goblins. There are all sorts of different creatures and beings down there. But as you look more closely, you can see that they are all have leg chains basically between them, and they are being watched by at least 80 or so, if you had to guess, Blades soldiers that are looking down there, Blades Warforged soldiers, as they are assembling this. And if you had to guess, 300 probably prisoners. No doubt ones that have been gathered from the raids that the Lord of Blades, and now you know a little bit more about why they were doing this. It wasn't just to go to Razor Crag. It was for something else, because this is a army of laborers, all of whom have been enslaved to do so. You can see a lot of them are sort of shuffling and look not in good shape. And Halfspear says quietly, "It is this that we also fight for, to free these slaves. But I have spoken to some of them. There is still anger in many of them. If you can convince them, as you convinced us, they will give you a distraction beyond what you might have expected." So you're looking at just an active work site with multiple, really, overseers looking over these slaves as they do their work.
When you were describing, what was it? You said like 80?
About, roughly, obviously, but yeah.
As soon as you said that, I heard Gimli say, "Oh, come on, we can take them."
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Prince Justin. The Poitian goes in the other guy. I love that movie so much. But anyway, so yeah, so you're looking at this active work site, but it is very, it's organized in the sense that, like, they're not like running around wildly, but there's so many people down there, like Warforged and non-Warforged. There's a lot of people, so it's not as obvious as here's a hallway with 15 guards and they're all staring at the same door and there's security systems. Like, you don't get the impression there's any of that down here. It's not gonna be easy though. Also, you can see, I should have mentioned, I'm sorry, one very important line. I apologize. So I mentioned the gantries. You also see next to it, standing up like on end, is the cannon that you all saw in your vision, but it is not attached to the Colossus yet. It is over, like, sort of in its own separate gantry.
We need to do something about that thing.
Well, I still have. I can cast invisibility. I can go only level 3 spells, right, Greg? If I recall correctly.
I believe that's
Thought it was 5.
5.
No. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah, it was level
check.
5.
Casting a spell of 5th level or higher would incur
Okay.
a time travel consequence.
So I can do the level 4, so I could cast invisibility on 3 of us, if that's of help. I'm just mentioning it.
I still have my ring, so you don't need to do it on me. So that's 4 of us.
So one person would not. Yeah.
How big is this cannon? Like if Marame shattered it, would that work?
The cannon is probably, as I do some rapid math, which is probably, people are going to... I think 20 by 20 would be pretty enormous, right? Am I
That'd be very big.
That'd be very
Yes.
very big, right? But not absurd. I was gonna be like 100 by 100, but like no. That's like that's like kaiju
Bigger
level.
than the
like
planet.
Yeah. Like no. I think
Bigger
20,
than the Colossus. So big the Colossus can't even lift it. Wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
Suddenly
wait.
it battles the Colossus for some
And
reason.
by the way, just to double check, it didn't even have the thing on it. Like we didn't see this thing on the Colossus.
No,
Watch.
not at
Okay.
all.
Correct.
All right. Well, the one. Okay. If we were trying to go complete stealth, again, not our forte. Let's be clear about that.
What do you mean?
Just if we sabotaged the cannon itself, so they put it on, but it didn't work, would still work. It's just not. It's not what we do. Let's be honest.
Well, that's why I was like, shatter. Use shatter on it. Make it break.
But I think it's too big.
Yeah.
It's too large for her to do that effectively.
I think so.
The cannon itself, yes, but the attachment point above the cannon.
And the Colossus is how large? How tall? 100 feet? 150 feet? I'm asking all the technical questions.
No, that's fine. I want to see what it looks like in it because it's not always the same height.
No, it's
Depends
true.
on things that have happened. So let me see.
It got lifts.
While you look that up, like if we can get Tanton there too, he could potentially do something to the attachment mechanism,
So
right?
I do not look like any of them. However,
Yeah.
the rest of you, sorry, but could disguise yourselves as prisoners because there's a lot of them here. It would seem difficult for all the rest. I mean, Warforged are good at their job, but to keep track of all 300 seems nearly impossible.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just
You
gonna
all
look-
ready? Sorry, Marie, I found it.
Yeah.
Approximately 250 feet.
Oh,
high.
holy shit. Well,
Should we
it
do-
is called the Colossus.
That's
Not,
true.
just a very large robot. So,
When you suggest that though about disguising ourselves as prisoner, I'm just gonna kind of look around and there's no Kalishtar down there. I'll be like, I'm sorry, I'm just too fabulous to hide amongst them.
oh, you'd be breaking new ground. What are you talking about? and I'm sorry, have you seen all 300? Really? Really?
Well, I mean, the nice silver hair generally gives us away. Sorry.
Yeah, literally
mean,
the
I'm
size
all for
is
us-
gargantuan is the
Yeah.
size.
Gargantuan.
So, yeah, 20 by 20, 20, sure. That's like a pistol for it. Sure, why not?
No, it's got to be larger than that then. Then maybe
Yeah.
it's 30 by 30. It's like an arm cannon, but like it's a big arm cannon.
So if it's 250, then its arm is like 50 feet long minimum, like probably 60. Yeah, it'd be like 30 if it's gonna like clamp on like a fan brace. Yeah, that's gigantic.
It's true. It is very like take a BattleTech mech and then up it by God
And
knows
then
how.
inflate it. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
that's let's see. The largest one is 60 meters, so you're going a lot, like at least twice as large. No,
No
more.
one would ever have an inflatable battle mech.
I know it's ludicrous. Even think about it.
Yeah, who would do that?
Exactly.
I also want
Crazy
to point
talk.
out, just because Tanton would know this, that you all know this from having fought a weakened Colossus, right? Like how incredibly dangerous these are. But these were almost the equivalent of, in our world, the sort of modern nuclear weapon, in that they were meant to turn the tide of the war, but they were so enormous that the reality is that you put them out there and what exactly have you, they would obliterate cities, right? And then like, congratulations, you've successfully conquered so and so. Here's your rubble as a prize. Like they were so big that they were not tactically capable of doing anything other than obliterating things. So they were almost built as a bluff. And
Except when someone comes along and says, "No, let's make that work."
exactly. Yep.
Okay.
I'm not
What
sure
if-
what we're going to do, but I don't think we're going to do it tonight. I say out.
Kent is right about weakening the attachment point. If we figure out a way to do that would be the ideal.
If we could get a distraction and then you being invisible and me casting invisibility on Tantan could fly up there while nobody is looking, and then you could do your thing and we can that attachment point. And then I don't know. And then we get out.
Well, the problem is once we start working on
riot in
it,
this
we,
room.
we all become visible.
Hmm.
Except me, if I just stay there as the extraction vehicle, which is fine.
I could
This is-
come
this is-
with
wait,
and
this is-
recast invisibility.
That's true.
But-
No, we still have the electro clouds above us, right, Arv?
Oh yeah.
Which, I mean, I can still fly horizontally away.
Like, I have a really terrible idea of how we could distract them.
What is it?
I have
Go
a
on.
couple of those.
No, I mean a really terrible one.
Okay, look, you're talking to Rowan here. Okay, I'm just saying. So.
You
Good
say
enough to
that,
put on
and
a
Rowan-
t-shirt.
You say that, and Rowan leans down into you, like with overwhelming excitement on his face.
So, what if I were to heal everybody in here?
Could you do that? Because we're limited in our magic here.
Well,
If you do that, they will see you.
exactly.
You mean all of these people?
Well, I could do that, and that wouldn't be a 5th level spell. It would be a higher level spell.
I think that's too dangerous.
I could do a decent amount of people, but the point is, I would have a glowing target, which would get all of the.
No, we are not
The
doing
war-
that. No,
This
we could
actually
do.
sounds. This
No.
actually sounds incredible.
No, it's a bad idea. We could do a minor illusion instead, or Tantan could have like multiple rocks sing things. We could, but no, not that. That is
What do you think would get the Warforged all focused on something other than what you want to do?
And more importantly, speaking as a heathen, what's probably going to get most of these people excited than a literal miracle?
Okay, how long will it take for all of these warforges to fall on your head, Nisiana, and cut it off? Not that long. And that will not
that's the
inspire
part that I haven't figured
anybody.
out, but Rowan could probably figure out how to keep
Oh,
me safe.
other parts of
No.
this plan are actually working in my head right now.
Rowan is just good at getting people to land on his head too and get.
Right,
This
but
is
that's
not a good idea.
But that's ahead before Nisiana's. That's
No, this is Rowan.
I turn to Nisiana. So here's the other part, right? And this is what I was thinking about before you considered healing people. And I was planning to talk to all of these people. And if you don't know how hard it is to con dozens of strangers, but you know what will really get all of these people excited? Literally being healed. And you know what becomes really easy to ask them to do immediately after that?
Hurt themselves.
Starting a riot. Well, yes, starting a riot.
But she can't cast a spell that high level.
I mean, she
can't
can, but
miss-
it would hurt, so we're not going to do that. But
No,
she just needs
exactly.
to catch
But-
a handful of people. Everybody else just needs to know what's possible.
It's not just hurting, it's altering the timeline. We've already done it twice.
A reminder that we don't know what's changed in this timeline yet. Everything that we do is an
I would
alteration.
prefer not to find out that more and more is happening as we do this willy-nilly.
If we do it too much, I think the consequences might be that time no longer exists, which I think is a very bad one.
And don't
I
even
also
count on
think
just the, hey, it might be 3 strikes. Sorry to interrupt, but it can't be. We've already done twice. We know we've done twice. It's been very clear we've done twice.
and
The
also
more we do, we were warned, the more we do, the worse it gets. We were told that.
The second one didn't hurt. We just got a vision.
yeah,
It
we got
still
a vision.
changed. It still changed. Is
No,
the
because
point.
you're talking about the Colossus, or did you guys do something last session?
No, when we talked, what's his name, about not being there, and he got walloped upside the head with a psychic baseball bat.
That
It
was
changed
one.
when,
Yeah, that
was
when Aaron,
one.
yeah, and then the Colossus
Yeah.
too. It,
No,
look,
that
but-
was just a vision, the Colossus. It wasn't a wallop, so
It-
we've only
no.
got
That's
one hit.
specific-
okay. Did we
Yeah.
fight the Colossus with the flamethrower in our battle? No.
But it
It doesn't
wasn't
matter that it doesn't
psychic.
hurt. It doesn't matter that it didn't hurt us. It changed the timeline. There
No,
is
but we're
no doubt about that.
No, but they're supposed. Yeah, hang on. We're supposed to get psychic damage if we do change the time. So that's why I'm saying it wasn't an official.
Yes, mechanically, we have not
Mechanically,
changed anything yet.
yeah.
I would still rather not take the chance of doing it anymore.
We
I
have
would-
to
Yes.
interact
My
with this
point
book.
still.
Yes, God, did you have something to say?
What? I'm not. I'm just listening.
You have some idea,
Um,
Eberron. Please bless us.
I just wanted to make one note, which is that the sense that you've had is that there are these multiple forks in the road that give decisions, and that you've made decisions at different times. But it is true that the last one did not incur what feels like the first one was definitely a time stream consequence. You don't think this was a time stream consequence, but it was a fork in the road that indicated something, like a decision that was made that could have changed or is going to change if you don't do something. This is the whole timey-wimey part. Like, maybe this is bad if you do this, but that's the decision you have to make. But you do know you did not fight a thing with a flamethrower in your reality, and so you had a vision
But we
of.
still have to interact with the Colossus
Right.
anyway.
You're right.
One small point as well. It doesn't matter whether Nisiana brightens her light. As soon as I do anything of any consequence to that, mine will light up as well. So, worrying that she is glowing is...
Except if you're inside the cannon while you're sabotaging it, that won't be as visible.
Okay. Which means that we return to my first point, which is I would like to believe that it is incredibly easy to get dozens of people who
I can heal 6 people, or
you
I could
visibly
heal-
see Rowan sigh, and then he goes, "We are experiencing several salvations every day at this point. I want to believe that everyone there is looking for something to believe in. That is the reason that's going to get them to fight for their own freedom, just like we just saw the Parliament debate whether they can or should. We're here making the guess as to whether it would be easier for me to con them into doing it, or for them to see the light of Eberron. Again, speaking as a rank heathen, I think I know which one works best. And I am willing to join Nisiana to ensure that whatever first blow is dealt aims my way first. But we're going to have to press a button anyway, and Nisiana is our best button.
I'm not entirely sure I agree with that. It's putting both of you in danger, first of all, while the others finish up what they have to do. So we're, in effect, splitting the party, which is not a good idea. And there's no guarantee. Look, we're all very experienced adventurers, just 19th level. But enough ants can take down a mouse if they hit it enough times. Keep in mind, there are 80 Warforged out there. Not 10, not 20, not 50, at least 80. They may have reinforcements they call in. Who knows?
But we don't need to focus on those 80 warforged. We need to.
They're going to be
focus
focused on you.
Indeed.
They're going to be focused on you.
That will be Nisiana and my problem. We just need everyone else focused on the Colossus while you are.
I sense you're not hearing what I'm saying, Rowan.
It's possible that we can do this thing without me announcing with my magic.
Yes, this is possible. I can probably talk to them. It's going to be less effective.
And they can start a riot without me doing this. But the whole time is okay, we have two choices. All 5 of us have to get into the cannon and destroy as much of it as possible at one time, so we don't split the party. And then as soon as we come out of it, we get jumped by 80 Warforged. That's one way. The other way is we split the party and we distract a bunch of them, and we get the slaves to try and free themselves, help themselves. And perhaps I don't use a 5th level spell. I use something else, like, I don't know, Aura of Purity, or Aura of Life, which will still get their attention, but gives you time.
Can't we just use another spell to buy time without triggering your aura, which will drag? Like, because we could
What
cast...
spell?
Well, even if I cast Shatter over there, it points to like a big stone formation, that would grab attention too. Or
actually, could we? If okay, I can see if Alarian can get Mia Tantan to the interior of the cannon. You can, and me and Rowan get to, say, one of the legs of the Colossus, and you can shatter the Colossus's leg while we do other things.
Wait,
if the Colossus can't step out on the 3rd day, then we have psychic damage to deal with.
Oh, wait. Shatter works on anything inanimate, right?
Yeah, and it has Constitution saving throw. It can work on inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or
wood?
metal.
Does it work on wood? What's the gantries? Are the gantries made of wood or metal?
Gantries are made of wood. There is certainly probably metal rivets in there somewhere, but
yeah. Okay, that's fine. And then, Tanton, how heavy is that flamethrower? Let me guess.
That one?
Yeah, that one. The one we're looking at right now.
A rough approximation, 70,000 pounds.
Rand.
Well, hold on. Wait, not done yet. So, Arv, how are they lifting it into place? Where is the pulley or crane mechanism that they're going to use to actually install it? It's not installed yet.
It's true.
They wouldn't do it that way.
And you don't see such a mechanism at the moment.
Magic? Or it's going to bend down and put it in
exactly.
It would be the Argon.
No, they'll just have it bend down and do it. I see what you mean.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so that doesn't... All right, I was going to say if we destroyed the gantry, but that's not going to be enough. Poop.
Well,
yeah, we've got to get inside. We've got to get inside and destroy the thing.
Well, I just thought, like, I could use Shatter on. I'll point at another rock formation, like something like that, and get them to come. Because Shatter's pretty loud.
And causing an avalanche is not a bad idea either in this particular venue.
And then we could hide. We wouldn't need to be seen. I don't have a house mark, so nobody will come see me. In fact, I could cast invisibility on all 3 of us right after I cast Shatter. We stay out of sight, I cast Shatter, the 2 of you go do your thing, and then we meet over there. I pointed another rock formation down there. I just like them.
And Shatter does how much destruction at this level?
I could cast it up to level 4, and it's not that much. At level 4 it would be 5d8 thunder damage, but it makes a shit ton of noise. It's a 10-foot radius, and it's like, it doesn't say shit ton, but it means shit ton of noise.
I'm sure it's very loud. That's half the thing about it. Yeah.
It's like thunder erupting, near you, so nobody would miss it. That's why I like it.
But that causes enough of a distraction for us to get onto the thing, which is really what we're trying to do. Once we're inside, we're hidden. Now, granted, there could be other people encountered in there, but they can be neutralized,
What?
I would think, relatively easily.
Well, how are the slaves made to be slavey? Like they're not warforges, so they don't have the bolts. Do they have?
They have leg chains and starvation, is what they have.
Those are pretty
Because
convincing.
if you get out of here,
Yeah.
where are you going? There's nothing to eat.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can't cast Shatter on the leg chains. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
But
Accidentally hit the legs. Ah!
oh my
Natural one.
Whoops!
Nisiana, don't
Surely,
look.
surely a well-placed disintegrate could just aim at all
Oh,
the
jeez.
chains themselves,
Great, a
right?
targeted
That's how that would
disintegrate.
work.
But if I do like Shatter, I point to a rock formation that's precariously balanced at the top of it. And like if I do it there, then there'll be quite a bit of down spew.
Right. The
One
more
imagines.
debris you can get to collapse down the side, the better off it's going to be. The more attraction, the more attention it'll draw away from it.
Right?
And then you cast invisibility. I use the ring, and the four of us can get on there.
Well, you and Tanton can head, while I could cast invisibility. Yeah, and then that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that works, right?
But now, Tanton, do you want to go to the arm, the weapon itself, or do you want to go to the controls and point to the head and mess about with that stuff? But keep in mind, we'll probably encounter more people in there, which is more of a problem. Or do you think sabotaging the actual weapon itself is the way to go? I'm going to count on you for this. You would know the best way to prevent this. If they put the arm on and it doesn't work, we still accomplish the same goal, is my point.
Let me put it this way. If you had a weapon and something to carry the weapon, which was capable of doing a shit ton of damage on its own, would it be more effective to damage the single weapon or the connection point and possibly other pieces on the thing to carry the weapon? What I mean is, I don't know if damaging the cannon, they simply need to repair the cannon. But if we damage the arm so that they can't attach the cannon to it.
That works for me. Yeah.
And the arm was damaged in our time, so that.
It was?
Yeah, something about.
It didn't move normally.
Yeah, something.
It didn't.
Like
It was something about it wasn't as. Correct me if I'm wrong, Arm. It wasn't. The arm wasn't moving like
That is
like
correct.
the other arm did. Exactly.
That's correct.
Well,
Exactly.
then
Okay.
maybe can we just get all 5 of us to sneak inside the Colossus and beat it up?
I can only cast invisibility on 3 people. Valerian has a ring of invisibility, but that leaves one of us without that boost. I have good stealth, so I might be able to stealth my way still.
My only hesitation with that is that none of you know what to damage.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you're coming with me.
I mean, all of us going in there and trying to do as much damage as possible, none of you know what to damage or how to damage it.
Or
Well, we should guard you while you damage things. Just that, because there are going to be people inside this thing working, clearly. And we need to, again, neutralize, not kill, neutralize them so they don't inadvertently panic and raise an alarm or try to do something foolish against us. Which, let's face it, would be foolish. But we are there to protect you to do what you need to do.
That sounds reasonable.
also, you can always point at one of us and say, "Go rip that wire out of the wall," while you're doing something else.
Also true.
So, and I guess the first focus is breaking the arm that does the attachment. Okay, that sounds like a much more sensible plan than my awful, terrible plan.
I mean, it was enthusiastic and it got Rowan really excited.
It did
So,
get
like,
Rowan really
that's
excited. I don't think I've seen Rowan that excited in a long time.
maybe we could do something really, really silly next time we're in a pub where we're not surrounded by Warforged, and then that could be a lot of fun too.
I'm confident we will never have an opportunity like this again.
I'm sorry, Rowan.
Rowan is obviously dejected in this.
Crestfallen, I think, is the word.
That's
you're
the same
looking for,
expression
yes.
as Half Spear, like so, just kind of like staring off in his face.
Fine.
Half Spear turns and says, "It seems as if you have found a way forward.
Yes.
I must return to my own place before I am missed, but I will spread the word among our people. As you do what must be done, we will try to assist where we can. And
Thank you.
it
F-Spear.
is perhaps you that must be thanked for providing an alternative way. We shall see."
Before he leaves, I want to actually go over to him. And I say, you said earlier that you have become cynical based on what you've experienced in this recent events, or maybe more recent. I do not know how long you have existed. But know this. I know of what you speak. I have experienced the same over my decades in this world, interacting with these people. They can be exasperating at times, but they can also represent all that is good here. Your willingness to listen to us means that you have that same capability and always have had it. So I thank you for turning from a path that honestly I wasn't sure we were going to be able to convince you to leave. And yet you allowed yourself to listen to us and be convinced, and we're going to do everything we can to make this happen.
And Half Spear nods and says, "In the end, it was my people whom you convinced, and it is I who listens to my people. The Lord of Blades has never understood this, but I do." And he lifts
Exactly.
his half spear in his half spear in salute, and nods, and then turns. And as you look back at the gantries, the hundreds of creatures scurrying about, the 80 Warforged, and the Colossus itself, you can see just the faintest bit of buzzing and glowing beginning to appear around the eldritch shoulder guns that you remember the Colossus did possess. It appears they are slowly powering the thing up. That is where we are going to leave our session for today. And so when we begin our final session of Eberron Oracle of War, it will begin with a sabotage.
Listen, all y'all.
I was going to say, I expect everyone to be like, "I can't stand it. I know you're planned it." But before they set it straight, this Watergate, they're going to be doing that. And then we'll be moving on to what would presumably be the end of syncing up the time streams and the
Or destroying them,
confrontation-
whichever.
whichever, and the confrontation with the Lord of Blades. So it is going to be exciting to see how that goes down. I knew that this is one of the reasons that I wanted us to have this extra session this month, because I knew this was something we didn't want to rush past. It was going to be important, and also I think good role play. I really was interested to see how you were going to deal with the Parliament of Gears and to sort of close off a little bit of the clock story, or to bring back full circle to the clock story.
Because it's a clock, and it's
I see what you did there. It was time to do it. Know what I'm saying?
no.
Not a second wasted.
Oh
You went
my
around
God.
like, now wait just a minute. Okay, all right. So, anyway, but this was really, really fun, and again, wonderful work as always from this crew. Which means I get to talk to you all about, starting with John in the bottom right of the Ziggurat. Good stuff today from Malarian. Obviously had quite a bit to say because of the Starforged Warforged connection, and because of the little discussion with Half Spear at the end I thought was also insightful. Things that are going to be part of the mix here, that's going to have to be considered, along with the strategizing with the whole group. But in this case, one of the things that struck me was Alarian trying to figure out how to navigate, and then, of course, the timey-wimey business, but trying to navigate dealing with these creatures that, again, understands better than probably anyone else in the party, especially because they were, locked up with them for a while. They know a little bit about what that restraining bolt is like. So, good stuff there. How did you feel about today's session, John? Where would the lovely folks find you next?
Very fun. I always approach trying to do any kind of diplomatic persuasion stuff with Alarian a little trepidatiously because it's not their forte, to be honest. However, the reasons you said are it's a kinship. We're cousins, not related by oil or whatever you want to call it, but there's still. I thought it was great when he made the entrance was kind of funny too. Like, yeah, time to come in. So I think it worked very well that the others laid the groundwork for us to come down there and say, yeah, we are here. So surprise. It was a lot of fun. And yes, I'm sorry, I would have let Daenerys or whatever his name was, I would have let them take him out. Now, I'm now thinking that Marie probably was right, that might have changed things even for the worse. But we'll never know now because we made the choice. And then the other one's like, anyway, fun was like, we still changed the timeline. The fact that we didn't get smacked upside the head doesn't matter. The timeline was still changed. So they're very focused on not trying to cause any more ripples because they're unpredictable. And we already have enough of that with Rowan. So, but this was great. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, the ultimate session, I'm going to be bittersweet when this comes to an end, but I can't wait to see how we get there. So, yeah.
Same on all counts. Thanks, John. Good stuff tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Jen, also good stuff. I loved the new, like, they taking the best bad idea we've ever had and turning it to 11, right? Like, this, like, it certainly would have been a distraction. I mean, it would have hella distracted everybody. And it was interesting to see you work through that. And it was interesting to see there was the fun discussion between Nisiana and Merime, where Merime's like, no, this is Terabad. This is an awful idea. What are you doing? No, we're not doing this. So that was a lot of fun. And just thinking about what you realistically could do, and everyone having their own conclusion about what they thought would affect the timeline the least and the most. That was very interesting. I really have appreciated this group's ability to push somewhat, back off when they think, okay, maybe they're right, work with things, and whether you're getting it right or wrong, really navigating, which is, the sort of dynamics of a group setting, which is what you would expect from a group of people that have been together for 19 levels, as not Rowan for all those levels, but still many levels for Rowan too. All of those things that make up what the King's Citadel is. So I thought that was fun to see Nisiana engage in that today. What did you think of tonight, and where will all the fine folks find you next?
Tonight was a lot of fun, but honestly, I think that my favorite moment was the tiniest moment between Merime and Nisiana, where she just broke Nisiana open like
with
a
the
coconut.
crying, yeah,
With
that was nice.
the I'm sorry I killed her. We shouldn't make the same mistake again. And it was just like that was because
good.
Nisiana, she is still young. She may be the heart of the group, but she's young and she's second guessing herself and she's trying to follow what she thinks is right, but she's being pulled in all these different directions. And then her sister shows her the way again.
Yeah.
And it was such a tiny little moment that just right there and gone. And it was my favorite moment. And it's the kind of thing that I love in role play.
Agreed.
I also like the way Rowan got so excited about Nisiana saying, I have a really terrible idea. No, this is a really bad idea. And he got really excited.
Big swings.
Where will you see me next? I think actually it is going to be at ArvCon. I don't think I have anything else online before then. Yeah. The Nebula thing is in June. So, yeah. I will be at ArvCon, and it will be like 9 frickin' a.m. for me in the morning. So I will barely be
I
awake,
know. I'm thankful always.
drinking a lot of, Rockstar and coffee, and my husband will be bringing me food, and then I'm like, oh, wait, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, wait,
Bad idea. Just go with it.
dead yet? No? Okay, good.
You get your second
So,
wind
yeah.
about like 2 o'clock your time, and then all of a sudden you're like, ah, you know.
And I posted the new cover of Nellis Academy on my coffee account because it was the quickest thing I could do. Um, and that comes out, John, when does that come out?
It's live now. It's out.
Oh,
It's ready. You can get it right now.
great. It's live now. I need to actually do something about that because I didn't realize that. I'll post it on Monday.
Monday's fine.
Uh,
It literally like this morning, everything cleared and everything. The files are ready. It's all good.
so the re-release with the 2 new stories, and then I'll have a new book in June for Shadowrun, and I'll be going to Origins in June.
Yay!
And so yeah, ArvCon is next, and I am looking forward to it. It's been a really long time since I've played a character all the way up to level 20.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it happen. I also I had planned that I was going to announce this tonight, and so I think it's reasonable to do so. That I've decided to set the goal for this year's ArvCon at $5,500. So last year we cleared 5,100, and I always want to be careful because we've only missed our goal once in the 12 years that we've run this, and it's because I got slightly out over my skis, and I was like, all right, we can do, and it was like too much too soon, and so I don't want to do that because that's always a bummer. But I also do want us to continue to grow, and I think especially we have a pre-show this year with Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks. First ever time we have 2 in a row, Thursday and Friday night, both of the same campaign in Expedition's case. The
Nice.
marathon session, we have concert with multiple people returning now. We have Prince Justin will be involved with a special one-shot using the Traveler system, which is going to be really cool. And one, Mr. Brandon O'Brien, is going to be GMing the scientists of Damon Runyon as well through their game. So again, I'm going to be making official announcements next week about the schedule and about the sponsors. And still looking, incidentally, as a note to people, still looking for official sponsors with stuff. Individuals, of course, I always appreciate, but I'm also looking for companies too to continue to add on to who we have. So if you know anyone,
Yeah,
please
Taco Bell.
please send them my way. Yeah, listen, you know. But anyway, but yeah, I'll be announcing that. But I did want to announce that tonight. So the goal will be $5,500 will be the goal for ArvCon 2026. So, but anyway, thanks to Jen. Really looking forward to seeing what Nisiana gets up to next. And speaking of Brandon O'Brien, Brandon, really good stuff from Rowan as well. I agree with the whole excitement level was great, but I also appreciated that there was your arguing in favor of Demery. I thought was really a good moral undercurrent. Because everyone had logical reasons to go with what they did, including Nisiana, including Merime. Everyone had their own sort of ideas. You were the one that really sort of got it back to the human consideration of, we are talking about what this one person is, right? And the idea was not that the Warforged were like, well, screw him, we're stopping the Forge, but also we're thinking about what they believed would be the kindest thing, you know, for this person in Torment to do. So I thought that you really articulated an interesting theory of the case about why we fight and who we're fighting for on a very human level, which I thought was well done. So anyway, how did you feel about today's session more with the fine folks fund?
Rowan is very upset that Nisiana will never have another reckless decision for the rest of this campaign. I'm very heartbroken by
Hey,
this.
campaign's not over by a long shot yet, so there's plenty of time for that.
A lot has to happen in 8 hours. Like,
I
there
don't know,
was
I
a
can be
moment
pretty
where...
reckless.
Okay, I look forward to you. I look forward to especially seeing Nisiana just do a thing, like just catapult into recklessness. Because Rona's literally gonna tell Merime, you only don't like this idea because she might die. That doesn't make it any less rad.
Stand by my decision.
But yes, I really enjoyed this session. I was really glad that we got that moment to have that conversation, because I feel like I was obviously reiterating something that we knew that the Parliament of Gears did in fact care about, which is you can't care about freedom and then not care about offering freedom to the most amount of people possible. It reminded me, like most things do, it reminded me of one of my favorite moments from Kamen Rider. There is a moment in one of the very last episodes of the original 1971 Kamen Rider series, where this girl is like asking for Kamen Rider's help rescuing someone that she really cares about from the clutches of Shaka, how she's worried that he's about to like be tortured or killed. Um and before he says that he will do anything within his power to rescue this man, before we eventually see him literally blow up a Shaka base with his very body in order to do so, his very first words to her are, "Human life is more important even than peace and justice." Um,
That's cool.
and as like seemingly contradictory as that may be, I really do think that that is actually really hardcore, being able to tell people that you don't actually have ideals if you're willing to sacrifice the weakest among you in order to accomplish those ideals. If you believe that your freedom is valuable, then you also have to believe that other people's freedom is valuable and worth even sacrificing your own life for, because that's what Clock did for yours. um and I also feel like it is inherently dramatic in a valuable narrative sense that Half Spear was picking up what I was putting down, but still didn't budge. Like, I appreciate that there is still work that needs to be done in that regard, and I want to see what that looks like for Half Spear when we get to that point. So yeah, I am very excited to see us all definitely die in our next session, um, because we are doing a lot. What are we going? We're gonna walk into this cannon and destroy it from the inside. I have no idea how that's gonna work. I have faith in us. I don't know about Eberron, but I believe in Isiana. Um, so yes, we shall see how that goes. The next time that you will see me is at ArfCon. As previously mentioned, not only are we going to be running our Marathon IMB game, but I am running the Scientist game this year. I have no idea what we're playing yet. I have literally narrowed it down at this point to maybe we will play one of 3 Gumshoe systems. Um, Either that or Thirsty Sword Lesbians. But I need to talk to the scientists first, so I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I look forward to figuring out what the scientists are down for. Like, I think that like the scientist game is also always the thing that is most intriguing about ArfCon. Like, getting people whose job it is essentially to shill for Damon Runyon, to let us know that the work that they are doing is valuable, to speak primarily to their capacity as researchers, and then go, how about you do anything else for 4 hours instead? It's actually really funny to me. So I'm looking forward to running a game where they never have to think about science once.
Yeah.
Which is why I made the terrible decision that it would be fun to play Gumshoe, a game where a system where anytime you need to perform an investigation check, the game just says yes. So hopefully that'll give them lots of opportunities to just say, well, I know this in real life too. But yes, I'm very much looking forward to that. A reminder again that Hugo Awards voting is now open. So if you very much like Jennifer Brozek, then you know that Jennifer Brozek deserves your vote for Best Short Form Editor. And if you can tolerate me, I would love it for you to nominate my poem for Best Poem. But also, I just want to remind you that your vote in the Best Poem category lets people know that the Best Poem category is indeed valuable. So please, if you can vote, please do vote. You can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That's TITHES. I have a website, which is also my newsletter, at brandonO'Brien.xyz. And I think that's all for me at this moment, so thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Good stuff all around. And yes, the scientists are going to have a chance to shine as they always do. They were also, I want to point out, ended up being the top, slightly outstripping Infinity and Beyond. They ended up being the top raising amount, like session. So again, the coveted who raised the most money. This is a battle every year, so we will see whether the
Fighting
scientists
words.
pull it out. Yeah, we'll have to see who's
Also-
pulled out. So
Also, I want to put it in. I want to put it into the air right now, so all of you know how to work for this to happen at some point during ArfCon as well. The goal is not only to raise the most money on each day, but I really want us to get as many viewers as possible on a day-to-day
yeah,
basis
totally.
for ArfCon as
I
well.
totally agree with that. Yeah.
I would love it if at least one day we can meet or cross 80 concurrent viewers.
Yeah. We can
so
do. We
please let all
usually
your
do for
family and
this.
friends know.
Yeah.
Here
I mean,
and
but
YouTube.
I want, yes, but I want it to happen early. I want it to happen often, and
Yeah.
I want to see how much further we can go to that point. So please let everybody know that ArfCon is rad. That we're doing a thing for a good cause because F cancer, and that we are getting to run some really cool games. So please.
Yeah.
Let folks know that we are going to be having lots of fun in 2 weekends.
Yeah, that's right. Well said, Brandon. Yeah, that's a good point about the viewers, too. And as a reminder, Damon Runyon, don't forget, will also be featured at Roleplay by the Bay, which is Zach Clay's and my one-day con happening in June at the San Francisco Public Library, which will feature some of the teens that Zach works with as part of his teen Dungeons & Dragons program for kids from some of the inner city of San Francisco, and me GMing the game for a set of other Damon Runyon scientists for this one-day thing. So that is Roleplay by the Bay, Saturday, June 27th. I've only mentioned it a few times, and I'm going to mention it much more after ArfCon's done because my focus now is on ArfCon. But that when that's done, that's going to be a next cool thing to kind of deepen the relationship with Damon Runyon. And so I'm incredibly grateful to this. To everyone, including this crew right here, that is giving up their Sunday on Memorial Day weekend in the States for 8 hours, my God, to play D&D. So I'm really grateful for that. Thank you, Brandon. Marie, great stuff as well. Maramé, of course, with this sense of time, very obviously the Kalashtar in Maramé is having some effect here as being sort of this sensation of something in time being kind of off. So Maramé had to deal with that and sort of convincing people about that, and then also making clear arguments about why it's, Nisiana's terrible idea truly was a terrible idea that would have harmed her and Rowan, and like that was just I was really laughing at that idea of no, Rowan, this is not, what do you no, what I that was very funny. And again, Maramé thinking it was really Maramé's arguments, I think, that ultimately enough people went with that decided that you would not that you would stop them from trying to kill Demery. And the implications of that we don't know all of yet, but it is interesting that it was Maramé's sort of like moral arguments there that also had an effect on the group. And so, and again, not because it was better or worse, it was interesting that Maramé was arguing it. So how'd you feel about today, Marie? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really like today. It's always fun to see like kind of what takes you by surprise when you role play or something. Like I went in like logically, like just like to me it was like, okay, we took this one variable out, just the Cannith, and then there's one variable out, and if that's gone and we know the forge was used, and I think, so like logically that's what I was piecing together. But then when it came to it, and I was like, I'm not sure how Mary is gonna play it out, because more people seem to be pro letting the guy die, and I was like, well, we'll see how it plays out. And then it was just like, I'm gonna start arguing that we shouldn't kill him because of what I believe. But then when Nisiana said in triage you have to let some people go, and her sister was trying to convince her it was okay to let someone die, that's when like for Mirimi everything kind of coalesced with like, and it wasn't just like, oh, her sister's going like down a path that she feels not well, she felt responsible in that moment because she'd killed her her, and it all kind of came to her, and that's why she was like, no, I have to show her that we still fight for even one person, and that I'm not, I have to show her. So that's why then she stepped up, and then when Rowan did, she just supported that. And then when it came to the convincing and she took her hand, it was like, we can do better. We will come out of this, not as we were, but we don't have to be bad. We don't have to be that far off that
Yeah.
those beliefs we once held. So that, I don't know, it's always fun to see those little moments kind of coalesce together, and you never know, especially when you come closer to the end of to a campaign like this, right? And I've never played in such a long running campaign. I've never had that honor. I've never even got to close one. Like they all just died at some point without like a conclusion, right? Which, that's what happens with most of them, right? And like with this one, it's like I was thinking like, what do I want my character to go? And it was like, I don't know, because I'll have to see what everybody else is doing, because my character, I don't decide what Mirimi does and avoid. I decide based on everyone else's
Yeah.
decisions,
Yeah.
right? So like, anyways, it was beautiful. I loved watching everyone play. I loved all the like, the difficult decisions we're having right now with what's affecting time, what's not. What are we doing? Like the stakes are high. Like we're heading into that final competition
Yeah,
where
they
we
are.
can feel the stakes. So I'm excited for ArfCon. That's where I'm going to be next. I'm going to go I have my new book out. I'm going to put it in chat again. Oh, it's coming out June the 1st. Really cool. Like, if you like anything like dark fantasy, weird reality, time loops, things that don't quite make sense and we have to figure out why, or we're all going to die on this strange train, then this is the book for you. Check it out, please. And yeah, I'm going to be at ArfCon next. It's going to be amazing, and I'm very excited to see all of you there again. Yeah.
Yay, it's going to be awesome. Thanks, Marie. Always a pleasure. As I said, good stuff tonight. Last but certainly not least, Trend, great stuff as well as usual from Tanton. And again, it was really interesting watching the the sort of Warforged look at someone that they would associate with the house of their creator. You'll appreciate this. It reminded me a little bit of the Sewer Rats talking to Greyshade about a character that they knew in a very different context, right? And can you get beyond what that context actually is? Can you connect at a different level? And I loved, my favorite moment for you was the improv with the Chiddick.
Chiddick.
That
Chiddick.
that was, the sort of improv of, I did this once at a repair tent, and like, I was like, that's good stuff, because it's
You can thank
reflective.
Jen for that.
Oh, well then good stuff, Jen, because like,
When she was like, sometimes you need to let people go, I was like, ooh,
that gave
ooh,
you the idea for, well,
yeah, that's where it came
but
from.
you took the ball and ran with it. And I think the thing that it indicates to me also is a lot of character growth on Tanton's part, because there is a Tanton who's always been so, these are not Warforged per se, but like machines are machines. These things are these things, whatever. And that there's this sort of practical stuff. So even though you said always wanted to be a Santa Claus with, and make people happy with things, some of that it felt like got sort of maybe not burned away, but like pushed to the side because of the work that was being done for the war. And this seems like there's a little bit of an element of rediscovery here of some of that, that was being reflected in the way that you were dealing with the Warforged, and all 5 of you really had a role in persuading them to go a certain direction once you all decided what you want to do yourselves. But I really thought Tanton had a really important role there too. How'd you feel about today's session? More with the fine folks find you next?
Much like everybody else said, it's and I also mentioned this on the Dragonbane wrap up earlier this week, that there's a really just unbelievably fun and, more importantly, comfortable element of RP with people that you can trust.
Yeah.
To kind of offer up moments of, vulnerability, yes, but also that if you do something where your character seems to be coming off very harsh, that that they know you well enough to understand, oh, I could probably do this, and we could spin it this way, and I can trust that these people, and maybe that guy, that if they do spin it a different direction, that I'm probably going to like what it is, even if the character doesn't. That I'm just like, yes, I love this. This is so nice. It's really, really good, and it's rare thing to find a group that you can trust with that kind of thing, and I always love playing with these folks. As for where people will see me next, it will be right here at the aforementioned Dragonbane on Tuesday.
That's right. You're gonna
for our 4th week in a row.
I know, unbelievable. We're going to get a lot of trend in the next few weeks because it's going to be that on Tuesday, voice acting conversation on Thursday, and then the week after that will be, of course, ArvCon. So you'll get a lot of trend if you're like, you know what, I need more of my life, Trend Sparks. You're going to get a lot.
Then you should probably see a psychiatrist. Yeah.
Good stuff today, Trent, and good stuff from the entire crew. Really enjoyed this tonight, and I cannot wait for the final session. I agree it'll be bittersweet, but that's what makes it such a great campaign, is that it will be a moment that will be sadness, happiness, all those things tied together. So we will make it a great one, I am sure. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing members of Infinity and Beyond? Thank you so much to Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozick, John Helfers. Great work, crew. I will see you folks in different places, but in this group, I will see you all for ArvCon very soon. Bye for now.
Wow.
Alrighty. That is going to do it for us. And I really enjoyed that a lot. That was tons of fun. And yeah, what everyone has said, I totally agree with, which is that, there's each campaign that I am fortunate enough to be able to run has its own unique things that make it stand out as something that I really appreciate. In some cases, it's sort of the setting and the world. I feel this way about Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks and the way that the players embrace that. In some cases, it's sort of the kind of leaning into the almost cartoony wackiness of something like Dragonbane, which has been really enjoyable, and I really appreciate that. In the case of By the Dice Roll, just the enthusiasm of the people who are playing that is really awesome and just so much fun to be a part of. And in the case of this campaign, the level of chemistry and especially the experience, the level of experience from these role players is itself a rare thing. And it's not the only thing to value, by the way. You can value a lot of other things besides experience, and God knows I've known some experienced groups that, maybe not your optimal thing that you want. But this is a group that I really think uses their experience in the most positive ways, and it's been really fun to be able to play with them, and I'm totally in agreement with Brandon. I really hope that all of ArvCon is really well attended with tons of people the whole time, and I really hope that this group, the Infinity and Beyond Marathon session, gets a lot of love. There's a lot sort of, coalescing with that, and the fact that we get to do the finale of this level 1 to level 19, level 20 campaign. By the end of it, it'll be level 20. There's a lot that's sort of riding, I think, on that. And so I really hope everyone will be there on Sunday, the whole weekend contributing, but I hope you'll also be there on Sunday to sort of send these people off in this campaign. They'll be back for Dragonlance, but to send these characters off in the best way. So really enjoyed tonight. But otherwise, I am going to be back to you folks on Tuesday when we will be playing the aforementioned Dragonbane, and I will be beginning over on GOGCom's Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels. I will be starting Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the Horn of the Abyss, which is something I've been thinking about doing for a while, and finally I have a chance to get back into it. I finished Evoland 2, and so I'm going to be doing over that on Tuesday. And then on Thursday, we have got us some more of the voice acting conversation that I mentioned before, followed with CSE Cooney and Andrew Hiller, who wrote Hornytown Chutzpah, and then did the audiobook along with Sister as well, who also does audiobook narration, and the aforementioned Trent Sparks. That's going to be happening 7 p.m. Eastern, and then at 9 p.m. Eastern, we've got us some more awesomeness with Gloomhaven with my good friend Zach Clay, who will be joining us for that. Hi, Guy Shield. So that's the deal with that. We got a lot of stuff going on. I cannot wait for all of it. Yeah, a lot of fun stuff that you're going to want to be around for. But I've got to rise up on up here because I don't want to go too late. I do have a little bit of work to get done. And tomorrow, as some of you may know, is Mother's Day. For those of you for whom that is important, not everyone's relationship is the same. But if you do have a good relationship with one's mother, then that is a positive thing that I want to mention for everybody. I will be celebrating, certainly be thinking about my own mother, and will be celebrating my wonderful wonderful wife, she loves tea, high tea. So we usually get her like this high tea thing that we get and bring, and then the whole family enjoys it. So we're looking forward to a nice, peaceful, restful, after a very busy 6 months to a year, really, very peaceful, restful Sunday. So happy Mother's Day to all those who celebrate it. But otherwise, if you like what you saw and heard tonight, I hope you will follow, which is separate from the Horn of the Abyss. Yes, very different. I hope you will follow the channel if you have already done so. I hope you will subscribe to us. Sorry, I hope you will check out our YouTube. That's what I meant to say. ! ArvTube. Thanks for everyone who was watching over there today. Please go over to YouTube and please do subscribe to me there. It's free for you to do that, but it helps us out. You get access to extra content as well, so please do that. You can check out my Discord with !ArvCord. Join us over on that always happening Discord. I'm serious. I really enjoy that community so much of people hanging out in between streams. Blue Skies, ! ArvSky. Please follow me over there. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. ! Arv Shop is the merchandise area. You can get cool stuff that is swag for you to wear and other cool stuff that is going to help the channel. ! Arv Treon is that right over there. We've gone up a little bit. Want to get that back up into triple digits. Very cool stuff that you can get that's unique there. We're going to be doing some changes in the Patreon to hopefully, because it's been a while, so we do need to make some alterations in it, and we will, but not until after I am done with some of the incredibly busy stuff I'm working on right now. So, but I will get to it, I promise. Patreon is ! Arv Treon. Excuse me. Subbing to the channel is always appreciated, as several of you were kind enough to do tonight. That gives you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, so please do that, as well as inspirations to help our tabletop players along with the Patreon. On the publishing front, ! Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. ! Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And ! Greyshade, as you heard us talking about several times tonight. That is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade and Heretic, the Grey Assassin Trilogy, available at that link from Athos Arts. You can also get the audiobooks of Greyshade from Tren Sparks, who you saw tonight, Greyshade Renegade and Heretic from Tren, and you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade from our very own Brandon O'Brien, coming out from Alligator Alley soon. You can pre-order that at that Greyshade link as well. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Thanks again to the people of Minnesota, specifically Minneapolis, for continuing to stand strong against federal invasion and occupation, and to inspire us every day with how they're doing it. We see you. You are winning. Keep it up, and thanks for being you. I want to thank the amazing members of chat today. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon first my wonderful mods, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, The Rising Tides. Thank you so much for being the best in the business. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, The Rising Tides, Nonstop, Wispy Song, JLC, and Trending, of course. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Gaia Shield. Thank you to Harlequin, Jagtris, JD Metters, who was here earlier. Thank you to Light and Passion and Rick. Thank you so much. Last of all, and just as important as anybody else, thank you to my wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren, of Marie, of Jen, of Brandon, and of John for being awesome. I cannot wait to conclude this campaign and move on to other things as well with them going forward. That, however, is going to do it for me. I will see you folks right back here on Tuesday. And again, as of this week, we'll only be 1 week away and some days from the beginning of ArvCon 2026, so please spread the word. Announcements coming about sponsors and also coming about schedule next week. But in the meantime, just know that the goal has been set, $5,500 for ArvCon 2026. That is our goal, and I know that we will succeed in hitting it, as we have been able to do so many times in the past because of everyone's generosity and pulling together as a community. Very excited for that. All right, everyone have a lovely Sunday and the rest of your weekend and Monday to come. I'll see you folks on Tuesday for more of Dragonbane, more of this campaign, the conclusion of this campaign coming in a couple of weeks. Until I see you soon, thanks everyone, much love, and everyone please be good to each other. Have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War.